Nobody loves Matt anymore.
That's not true. Not true.
I'm a fan of your work, Matt.
Thank you.
I think that you
Are
do a
you sitting
great
higher
job.
today? You sitting higher today?
He did that on purpose. He's trying to out alpha you.
I did
fine
not.
by
I
me.
share mogged him. Dude, I just.
Getting share mugged.
Does that make you feel any better?
No, I wasn't feeling good
We got to
nor
make
bad.
John feel better, guys.
I
You
wasn't
know.
feeling good nor bad. I was just
John's
making an
insecure.
observation. How about you put your headphones on?
John's the one who's insecure.
Nobody loves Matt anymore.
You're just the one who chair mugged him, and you got up all close to him to do it too.
Matt, you said you had a great topic.
I was not being critical. It was just an observation.
I'm being critical.
Oh, well, you're great at doing that.
You said you have a great crossover topic.
So I spent 2 hours yesterday.
Why was your chair that high?
Dude, I just sit in my chair, my man. I just sit in my chair. So I was at NFM for 2 hours yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we discussed this because you were going to get a desk.
Let me guess. You stopped and played the video games.
No, I did go to Subway, though.
They do have a driving sim.
They have a Subway there?
They have a Subway by the office areas.
It smells like Subway when you're over there.
Really? So NFM, which is this now giant conglomeration, it used to just be a Nebraska thing. Now they're in Kansas
The
and
N
Texas
stands for
and
Nebraska.
they're everywhere. They couldn't find a better
They used to have
restaurant
Burger King.
tie-in
They used to have
than
Burger King
Subway.
in there?
Mm-hmm.
I got a protein wrap.
And I think Sbarro maybe.
I got a protein wrap, like a good tasting protein wrap, that for like $4 there. It was awesome.
I mean, you could have gone across the street and gotten Wendy's or in there like.
There's a good pizza place over there. Remember Severe
Well,
used to
that's the
brick oven pizza?
Yes,
That
that
place
was
is
awesome.
My
There
son still
actually
goes
is,
there.
There actually is a couple of really good, interesting spots over there in that area. Like I've been to the Lighthouse Pizza is over there.
Lighthouse is
I've
great.
had that before. And then
Jimmy John's is there.
there's a place right next to that Lighthouse that people talk about. I forget, some like sort of bar kitchen style type deal that is pretty. It looks at least pretty decent. I haven't eaten over there.
Matthew
but no,
says, let Matt tell a story.
I just went to Subway.
Why was your chair that high?
Such a great bit, John? One of your
I like it. I
One of
think it
some
is a
of-
good bit. I appreciate it.
some of your best work by far.
From
From the man who brought to you arbitrary numbers such as 50 comes. Why
I
was
like
your chair
arbitrary.
so high?
Arbitrary was good.
Dannon.
All right,
Fire Matt rules.
so you're an NFM. You're eating at Subway
So
for 2 hours.
no, I'm walking around and I was going. So I'm buying a desk. I am buying a chair. I am buying a monitor.
You're buying a sub
Okay.
sandwich.
I'm buying a lot of things because I'm
You got a wrap.
You didn't have a monitor before?
I had a TV, like a smaller TV, but I'm getting a proper computer monitor. Okay.
Okay, sorry to ask another question. You have a desktop, or you're hooking your laptop up to it?
No, I'm gonna hook my PS5 up to it more than
Okay.
anything, right?
All
and
right.
then I'm going to also hook my laptop up to the monitor
Nice.
as well. I'll at some point need to buy a mouse, but that's down the line. So anyway, I was there and I was doing the math. There's some really good deals there at NFM right now, and so they explained to me like you have to get, and I already knew this, like you have to get over a certain threshold to get X amount of months of financing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so
Like $500.
it's 600.
$800.
Eight. Oh, good one, John.
It's 600. One of your best bits.
That's a good bit.
So $600, right? So I'm sitting here and I'm doing the math,
Yep.
and I'm like, I gotta get to 600 some way somehow.
Need to get to 6.
Like I wanted to put another thing on, right? Because I got my monitor, got my desk, got my chair.
Mhm.
So I'm walking around, and I go to the, they got everything there, man. They got so much stuff.
They
there.
have a Subway.
And
Used to be a Burger King. They have chairs that are high.
I walk by an 11-piece stainless steel set. Okay, pots and pans. All right,
How much was that?
$130.
So that would have gotten you over
and
the
that
threshold.
gets me over the
And
threshold.
it's 24 months or 18 months?
It'd be 16 months.
16 months.
So it's actually.
And how
less-
much is it? Is it?
No, it'd be a little bit less than that.
Okay.
And so my payment per month would be less if I got the stainless steel set compared to if I did get the stainless
800
steel
divided
set.
by 16 is 50.
And so then my
That's doable.
roommate Dan goes, "Wait, you're gonna finance pots and pans?"
You're financing the whole order.
That's
is
what
you're
I'm saying.
That's
I'm
what I
adding-
would say.
We
I'm
live in a
adding-
world where you can finance anything. You can finance a DoorDash order now.
So
That's pretty wild.
My question is, and maybe this will fall on deaf ears because you guys are more responsible than I am. But I'm going to do this. This is happening.
You haven't pulled the trigger yet?
No, I had to go there tomorrow. I went there yesterday to look, and then I was like, I have to go back home to sleep on it because it's a big purchase. It's a lot. That's a lot of money.
Sure.
A commitment to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
I've now been like, all right, I'm going to do it for sure. Yeah, it's happening today. What is the weirdest thing you have financed?
Okay, now I'm going to log into my NFM.
Have you ever? What are the weirdest items that you were like? Most people might buy straight up, but I'm going to decide to do a monthly.
See, but
payment.
here's what's different though. You added it to your order, so I don't think that you are being weird. I have done this. We have been at NFM before, and we have purchased some things, and it's like, well, might as well get this other thing for $80 and just throw it in.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've done that before. That's normal. I don't think that you're being a weirdo.
But my roommate's like, you're financing pots and pans. That's so like he was, being like, that's so funny. You're financing that.
Yeah. What's the app? Is it like
Shopify?
No. There is Shopify, but I feel like there's another one where if I went to my shop,
Klarna.
Okay, I'm going to look and see if I've done anything.
Klarna. It's called Klarna. It's another one of those financing.
I thought you were taking the conversation to Mount Doom again.
No,
it's gravity.
Look out for the Klarna.
But when I decide to pull the trigger and get my PC, I'm going to probably go through that.
Look out for the man ghouls.
The man ghouls and the Klarnas.
The man ghouls and the Klarnas.
We're gonna meet them at Mount Doom.
Come on, how did you not? Their Klarnas are really they're like seaweed that grow on you. Come on, you got to look out for the Klarna.
Good bit, Matt.
They're like zebra mussels.
It's one of your finest bits, Matt.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I've definitely done some weird stuff before because it's like, it's 4 months for
that
for $60. I'll do 15 a month. I've done that before.
Really?
It's not my finest hour, but I've done it before.
Why is that just boy math? You're just like, yeah.
Well, it's just like, hey, $15 instead of having to do 60 today. I don't do it anymore.
I am a sellout for 0% interest.
It's
if you tell me
nice.
I have 0% interest, I'm all
now,
over.
I have heard that your generation is like crippling themselves in debt with like, shop.com. Yeah, because it's $5 a month. But then it's like you have 100 purchases and suddenly it's $500 a month.
No,
I hear that this has been happening.
I haven't done that.
Not with you, but with your generation.
Yeah, I'm an old school human who spends a lot of my money on food and alcohol and not so much on not so much on items. This is a very rare time where I buy things that I don't consume.
Yeah, you spend $600, $800 very easily at Chuck's.
Yeah,
but NFM, a thing that you will actually have, and
for
you're like,
the rest of my life.
I need to sleep on it.
Yeah, I do,
That's
but I don't have to sleep on ordering the po' boy.
So, did you add it to your cart? Like, if you go back, do you know exactly what you're getting?
They have to. Oh no, I took pictures. I cross-referenced.
So you could go there, and there will be a lucky salesperson who walks up and says, "Can I help you?" And you're going to say, "Yeah," and then you're going to show them your phone, and they're going to make money off of you.
Here's what I'm going to walk up to the salesperson and go, "Sparky, here's the deal."
Sparky.
All right.
I hope that they punch you in their face.
And I'm going to go, look,
your face.
Punch you in their face.
I'm buying all of these things. This is my total. This is what my monthly payment is going to be.
Okay.
I'm going to need $40 from you, and I'll buy it all right now.
Oh, so you're going to negotiate?
Oh, I'm going to try and haggle.
Okay, I don't think that's going to work at Nebraska Furniture Market.
Yeah,
they don't need your money.
We don't need this that bad.
I'm going to haggle. I'm going to try. I just want to haggle.
I think the more important question in all of this is,
why
you
is your
have
chair
to
so high?
assemble the desk?
Yes.
Oh man,
boy.
Matt, you need to get a different desk then.
I think you need to get.
I'm
going
to show you the desk that I got. Now it was expensive.
He always does this thing where he shows me all the things that he's purchased before.
What?
You've done this before.
Have I?
You're like, look at the microphone I purchased.
I mean, it's a pretty good
He's
microphone.
desk mogging you right now. Are you
He
going
is
to let that happen?
desk mogging me. I mean, I let a lot of moggings happen to me just because,
it's a pretty good
I'm
desk.
the young man. You just got to let it happen. You just got to let people mog you in this day
All
and
right,
age.
you're gonna have to explain the old man. What the hell is a mog?
Mogging is like alpha-ing. You ever alpha a guy?
What is alpha?
Okay.
So say that
I can't explain it.
Say you're at dinner and a friend of yours is like, "Oh, I'll pay dinner." You're like, "No. I'll pay dinner. I have more money."
Yeah.
So you're showing him up.
Or
Yes.
the better
There you
example
go.
would
That's a
be,
way to
let's say
describe it.
he puts like a green Amex card down and you put the gold one down.
Mm.
You know,
You're
you
Amex mogging.
You just Amex mogged him. You know, you just outdid him.
Cool.
You one-upped him. You
Cool.
put him in the C&T chair.
Nice.
You know,
Good reference.
one of our finest bits.
Where is the C&T chair now?
I don't know.
It's kind of the cooler now. It's the
probably-
C&T fridge.
Well, there
probably
is
in
a
the
chair right back.
398 studio.
There is a chair back there that does not have wheels. It's just a.
It's just a high chair.
High chair.
Are we ever going to use the
No.
breakfast nook for anything, by the way?
I mean, have you seen the place recently? Outside of this room that we are sitting in, the rest of the place looks a little disheveled.
Can I be honest with
because
you?
there's a lot of parts and pieces from old studios laying everywhere.
I was a little concerned when I heard the morning show had a guest in person today. I said, "Oh no," because they were like, "Yeah, they're sitting outside in our green room," and I was like,
Who was their guest?
They had the coach of the Supernovas on, I believe.
Yeah.
So the first
Mike
ever
McGowan.
guest, the first ever live guest.
No, we was not the first ever live guest. Marty Cordero came in yesterday.
Okay.
Marty
Now,
Cordero,
Marty's
first ever
he's
live
been here
guest.
before, though,
Congratulations.
so he kind of knows what's up.
No, but in this
In
room.
this new studio.
But Marty,
One of the reasons we
Yeah.
wanted this room.
Marty didn't sit though. Marty stood up.
Where did
He stood right there.
He
Oh,
doesn't
use
have
this
to do
mic?
that.
Oh, was he? I bet he was probably confused because it's like I'm used to standing up awkwardly while the rest of the company sits down.
That's how, literally, that's what it was.
Oh, that's all right.
He was so used to being a standing guest that when he came in, he grabbed the microphone, twisted it over, and put it right in front of him sitting towards me. And I was
Okay.
like, all right,
Marty, there's
cool.
a third chair now. You can just
There's
sit
not-
here.
Well, for me, there's two open
Right.
chairs. There's
Right.
two of them.
Now the issue is people might feel that they're they won't go around you to go to the corner.
Yeah, that's true.
And then over here, it's.
But I can back out. I can back out a little if I wanted to. There's plenty of customization that I can do.
We're going to have to figure out the guest ethics and guest protocols.
John writes, Matt couldn't even assemble a bed. There's no way he'll be
Okay,
able to assemble a desk
can I-
without ruining
Let me
it.
tell you right now. Number one,
Yeah.
I've gotten better. I've gotten handier. I've had
Have
to
you?
put more and more things together
Like
in my
what?
life.
Give me one
Tables,
example.
chairs. I've had to
Ladders.
No, I've had to put.
He put a show together. He built a show from
I built a
scratch.
show
True.
from scratch.
Okay, but that's a little different than actually using your hands and assembling.
I asked
furniture.
the NFM guy. There was no construction fee because I've learned to pay the construction fee. There was no construction fee. You don't have to assemble it. I asked him. I go, "Do you have a marker, a time marker?" He said, "Yes." I go, "Okay. How long is it?" He goes, "An hour." And I go, "Oh, okay." He goes, "It won't take an hour." And I go, "Oh no. How long do you think it'll take?" He goes, 15 minutes. He's like, "I can put that together in 15 minutes." So I looked at the desk. It is.
So the McMaster tax, we're looking at what?
Hour and a half.
5.5 hours.
I think I could do this under an hour and a half.
Mm.
I trust myself.
I wish
trust
there was a
myself.
way we could just have you bring
I
it in
hate you so
here
much.
and assemble it during the show so we could time you.
Oh, that's a great bit.
That is a
And
good
then-
But
bit.
then we would have to disassemble it
And bring it home.
and then take it home and reassemble
but you know
it.
what? Then it'd be good because he would have made some mistakes, and then when he gets home, it'd be way faster.
Yep.
Have you thought
That's
about it from
actually a
that
good
perspective?
idea. Have it delivered here.
This is the most
You'll
ass
assemble it
backwards
here.
idea I've ever heard. One of your
Yeah, but
finest
we want
bits, John.
We want to see if you can assemble it in a decent amount of time.
How about I just live stream me assembling this desk?
Also a solid bit. You
a
could
good
make
idea.
it a college
Yeah,
football preview.
But if it's as good as the
episode.
internet that you've
Every-
had previously on other broadcasts,
every
it's not
time-
gonna
his
be
his
any
internet
good.
is terrible.
They just do an NFL preview podcast or CFB preview podcast while you're building the desk.
Yeah, I've seen. So Ben Solak has started doing NFL content while he gardens or fishes. And so, because it grabs you, right? You're
Incredible.
scrolling on Twitter, and it's like, why is that guy in a garden
That
talking
guy-
about Odell Beckham Jr.?
That guy would be in the garden.
He's a big gardener.
Yeah,
You could
What's
do
wrong with
this.
guys being in
He
gardens?
looks like he gardens.
You could. I have his phone number, Matt. I could give it to you.
I would love to interview him.
He left me on red.
Yeah, I think he left me on Brett on Twitter too.
You
I'm
could
pretty sure I
do
got-
that though. You could put things together and talk about Nebraska's offensive line.
Did I tell you that I
That's a
bought
good idea, Josh.
Thank you.
Twitter Blue? Like I got I buy Twitter
You're giving Elon money?
You bought Twitter.
so I could
bought
edit
Twitter.
because I always make typos. So and then on top of
You
that,
could proofread.
oh, that's so boring. And then I could like max out all my characters when I want to. That's great. I also got it so I could DM other verified individuals because
Oh,
if
now
you're
they're gonna
not
probably hate your guts.
if you're
though.
not verified, then you can't tweet at you can't DM other verified people. And so that I was like, oh, this is great for my job. Booking opportunities. I can book
And it
people.
doesn't- and it
I
doesn't
haven't-
work.
I
There's-
haven't booked one human from Twitter.
There's
Yeah.
none of these things that would entice me to buy Twitter. I
It's just-
don't need the extra characters. I don't need to DM people with check marks.
You don't need to edit.
If I make a mistake, I make a mistake. You
just
know,
moves on with his life.
you just go on. I mean,
Can't win them all.
Can't win them all.
Yeah.
is it worth how much is it a month?
I think if I didn't, I think it's 11 a month.
$11 a month for
YouTube
that?
Premium is cheaper than that,
No, it's
and
not.
I would
YouTube
much rather
YouTube Premium is more than that.
YouTube Premium
You
Lite.
want to check? You want to check my phone?
Well, he
You
said
wanna check
YouTube
mine? I have
Premium Lite.
YouTube Premium Lite.
But
I
that's
have-
not YouTube
I have
Premium.
that's
Yeah, it is.
I have YouTube.
The only thing I get ads on is music
Get out.
videos, which I
That's
don't
so
care
dumb.
about
I
because
have
I have
YouTube
Tidal.
Premium.
Same.
It's more than $11.99.
Yeah, it's like 20.
Yeah.
You don't
It's like
need
$7.
that.
That does
No.
not feel like it's worth the $11 a month.
Yeah,
What?
maybe you should get
for,
rid of
for
this.
those things that you just
No
listed
one's
off.
responding to you, so you should get rid of it.
Can't you just finance it?
There you go. Could you do it on Shopify?
I could. I probably don't need it. I mean,
What
it's,
if you
at this
could
point,
Pay
at this point, it's
$11 a month, but it would be per day, so it's 11 divided by 30 days.
At this point, it's
It's like 60
It's
cents a day.
a fixed cost at this point.
Yeah.
You know, where I'm just used to it. I finally got rid of Big 10 Plus though. What a waste of money that
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Duh.
Jeez, I spent maybe $200 over.
Oh my
That
gosh.
is
3
insane.
to 4 years.
That is ridiculous.
People like you are the reason they keep thinking it's a good idea.
that is a ridiculous amount of money.
when I was in college, it wasn't because I could go back and I could listen to my broadcast. Because believe it or not, I was a studious broadcaster who wanted to listen to the things that I do in order to improve.
I'm
You-
trying
you
to-
didn't have someone record it for you and just, or
No.
you didn't record it?
No, I didn't have a DVR in college.
Well, plus it was on BTM.
It
Plus.
wasn't on TV. You can't
was on
record
BTM
it. If it's
Plus.
not on cable TV, you can't record it.
So the people who are producing it back in the deal, they can't rip you a CD?
Yeah, there was a.
I mean, I guess you probably could have
There
there
done
was some.
Sorry.
Oh,
there was
John,
some
they don't know how to
issues
rip CDs in
sometimes
their
with
age.
that. It's trying to get that back from.
They don't know
people.
CD burning.
I'm trying to get Matt to do some games. I'm working behind the scenes to maybe get him on
Some I don't care games according to
I don't.
John.
Yeah, that's what John would say about him. I don't care.
I don't care.
I
I don't care that Matt's trying to advance his career.
I recommended Matt to somebody. I said he preps very hard, and
I'm
he
a
would
hard
do.
prepper.
He would do a great job.
He works very hard.
I didn't
Is
get
he
any-
good?
I didn't
he
get-
works very hard.
That has been a joke before.
I didn't get an
Matt
email back.
tries.
He does try.
He tries.
Now I
Matt
want to go back
tries.
real fast. I want to go back to you trying to haggle with NFM because Ritz and I were talking about this in the car the other day. Because I have canceled subscriptions before,
Yeah.
and then immediately it's like there was a website that John and I might quote from time to time. It's like $80 a year. I went in, I clicked the cancel button, and they were like, "Would you stay for 20 a year?" I said, "Absolutely, I would.
Yeah.
Thank you." 75% off.
Yeah.
Amazon though, you cancel Prime, they're like, "Okay,
Cool.
see you later."
Dude, I've been
Join
doing
us again for the
That's
same
'cause they
price.
have more
Dude.
things.
And that's what NFM is.
Dude.
NFM does not need you.
Yeah, they don't.
Oh no, we won't get Matt $700.
I am paying. I don't feel like I need to pay the Athletic for what I'm paying the Athletic right now.
Yeah.
I'm paying them $2.99 a month.
Oh yeah,
So
I had
it's
that deal too. Because I would,
$36.
Like, why
I
do
went
you
to go
even
can-
need my money? At
Yeah.
that point, why do you even need me to pay you?
because
It's
What is-
about the principle
What
of the
is
thing.
$3 going to do?
about the
it's
principle
going
of
to
the
do
thing.
nothing.
I mean, they'd rather. Here's the thing, though. $3 a month is more than $0 a month.
That's true.
So they'd rather have 3 than 0.
now
you know?
I
it's like a
think-
hotel room, right? It's like an empty hotel.
But the truth is that even if I did that to the Athletic just to mog the Athletic. I was, I was just mogging them. I was like, I was going to pay for this anyway. but I
Every
was
time
just
you guys
texting.
say this, I think of John Candy's character in
I would pay.
Spaceballs.
I would pay
Half man,
a
half
lot
dog.
for the
His
Athletic,
mog.
and
My own best
I'm
friend.
just.
How much would you pay?
I pay $14 a month for the Athletic.
So you'd pay what's that? 100 and wow,
That
that's
is
a lot. It's 170 a year.
168. It's $168 a year.
Yeah,
I would pay
that.
that. I would
Yeah?
pay that. Yeah,
Wow.
I value the Athletic greatly. I think
I read it every day.
I
I read
read it
it.
every day.
I was sitting at my desk when I got here, and I read an article by Bruce Feldman about the Colorado Buffaloes.
Oh yeah, you tweeted about that.
That would be terrible.
I also thought that they would get some better players.
Me too, dude. I thought that if you would have told me 4 years ago, here's how the Deion Sanders era is going to go, I'd be like, really? I'm not surprised that they stink,
It's
but
just
that they're
bland.
boring.
Yeah.
Who cares about them anymore?
Well, it's shocking, but it's amazing that, especially in a day of NIL where the dollars speak louder, it's like,
What do they have?
do
Yeah,
I really need to show up here and be coached by Dion and his friends and
Yeah.
probably not get the proper kind of teaching?
10 years ago, when there's no NIL and he's just a really famous former player, it probably works better for him than it
Probably
does
does.
today.
You would.
And maybe the word has finally gotten around. I mean, we just learned about it this last week with Juju, was it Lewis, right?
Juju Lewis, yeah.
The quarterback who
They just don't
didn't
have-
watch film and
That
they
was
don't
so
read
bad.
defenses. I'm guessing that has probably gotten around in some circles, and there's folks saying there's a lot better places I could go,
Yeah.
and it'll prepare me for the NFL, because it's almost as if Deion's like, hey, I'm Deion Sanders, and that alone is going to help you get into the NFL. And
it's not, obviously.
It's not.
Yeah. That's a good call.
Jordan Seaton was the next guy that they got after Travis Hunter. He was like I think it was a 5-star tackle. That was,
and he transferred to LSU, right?
He's at LSU now.
Yeah.
Like, so like we had this idea, like, oh my God, he got Travis Hunter. Like, how many more Travis Hunters is he going to be able to get? And he got one, and now he plays for a different team, and probably will be a first-round pick next year for not the Buffaloes. I don't know.
For not the Buffaloes.
Not the Buffaloes. But what were we were discussing something else very funny before we got into the Buffalo. Oh, I read The Athletic all the time. I did try to play a little hanky panky with another publication, and they weren't.
How'd that go?
They weren't buying it.
Yeah, some places are very in on no, please stay. We'll give you you can do it for free, and then other places.
I did that with Peacock.
Yeah,
no shame. And then now I'm back to like.
Well, they're ones
regular
who,
Peacock.
They will offer you good deals.
Well,
you know who else used to do this? Now this is for old heads.
Go ahead.
DirecTV, man. Every year you call and you cancel, and then they'd be like, no, stay. We'll give you Sunday ticket for free. I don't know how many times I got Sunday ticket for free by canceling DirecTV. Those are the good old days.
I told my sister that she needs to keep going to school so I can keep having Sunday ticket. Yeah.
There you go.
That was the one crappy thing about Nebraska. I was the first ever class in the University of Nebraska history to not for the emails could get deleted. Like,
what do you mean?
Like all of you went to Nebraska, you kept your email for X amount of time. You kept your student email for an elongated period of time.
Oh yeah.
I was we were the first class for them to be like,
oh, once you're done, you're done.
Yeah. You're done.
Something tells me the DirecTV or whoever got a hold of them and said, hey, man, we need you to cancel
Can
this.
you cancel these emails?
My sister's like, I'm thinking about going to grad school. I'm like, hell yeah, Sunday ticket.
We love .edu emails, don't we, folks?
Oh, my God, it's phenomenal. I cannot wait. I refuse to pay full price for NFL Sunday ticket. I will always have
You're
somebody
always
in my
going to
life
mog
in
a
college.
Student?
Yeah. I have so many cousins who
What do
are
we call
like,
it mugging when he does
by
that?
the time my
That's why they
sister
installed those blue light phones.
by the time my sister gets out of college, my little cousin Genevieve, she'll be in college. She's not going to want an NFL Sunday ticket. I'll just use her EDU.
That's very nice.
And when Genevieve gets out of college, then her little sister Gwynny, I'll just use her EDU.
Names are these?
What?
Okay, but what's your plan after
Wow,
that?
Josh name shaming.
Are you kidding me?
I'm just asking. What
you
names
have the
are
most
these?
common name in the United States of America.
No,
And-
that's not true.
Yeah, it's up there,
but it's not
top
the
five.
most common.
It's top. I think it's top 3. I'm pretty sure it's Mike, John, and Josh.
John's fallen off the wayside.
Really?
Yeah.
Average ass name.
It's a great name.
I mean,
it's a biblical name.
So is
It's
Joshua.
a godly name.
I mean, the 5 people in here have the most Nick, Matt, Chris, John, and Josh.
We do have the most boring
We
names.
all
boring
like
names
one
ever.
syllables.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the
Well-
fact that Connor is the only abnormal name
Wow,
we have
that's
on this
true.
staff.
That's
No, Joey.
Yeah, Joe. No,
No,
Joe.
Joseph. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a common
People
name.
forget Joseph, father of Jesus.
People do forget.
Yeah.
They always pass
father
people's
that
names.
stepped up.
Stepdad.
The
Michael?
father that stepped up.
Oh, and then Mike L. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Severe.
Yes. Yeah.
Mhm.
But he's still Michael. Even the part-timers, Peter, Jake.
Yeah.
That's so creative.
At the end of the day, I think most of us are just white guys with names.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure that out.
Yeah, just white guys with white names.
Yeah.
That's a podcast.
It is.
You could do that when you put together your desk.
I mean, there
you go.
was a possibility that I was Miguel before I became Matthew.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't look like a Miguel.
No.
You
But
look like a
Well,
Matthew.
he does now with just the mustache. You kind of look like a Miguel.
I look like I'm Caskin in Red Dead Redemption when I
Is that
A
true?
little bit, yeah. Red
when-
Dead 2.
But I've already told you guys I'm not cutting my hair until the Nebraska wins a Big Ten game. So
Oof. God, was that November?
you mean next October?
And that would be
Okay.
a big
All
time
right.
struggle.
I don't know. Somebody, a certain media member came on the station and said their floor is 3 and 9.
Well, a couple of them
Which was
did.
shocking.
Yeah, who said that? Sipple and Mitch.
Sipple and Mitch.
So Sipple said it on my show too. I'm
Yeah.
glad he's spreading the wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Hodson, white guys with white names, streaming now on Fox Nation.
That's
I wonder if Sipple's going to stick with his guns on this because every offseason he's always like, yeah, I'm not budging off of this number. And then by the season, he's like, I'm going to add 1 win to that number. Every offseason. that's what
and
he
then he's
does.
off by 1. And then
Everybody is always off by 1.
Yeah, we should
Except
almost
for-
hold every media member like in
Hostage.
June. to make a prediction in June and then revisit it in August and see how many of them go up.
I'm not going to be the man. I'm not going to be a bold man at all in my record prediction.
What does that mean? 6? What is not a bold number? 6?
Oh, never mind.
What, 7? You think 7 is?
I'm not going to tell.
I would say Josh's number right now is bold.
I would say his number
5 is bold.
I do too. I don't think 6 is. I think
6 is not.
I think his number is bold, and I think my number will be the standard. And I think.
Oh, so 6.
I mean 6 and 7.
On, you know,
not or.
You know this. You know how this media core works.
No, I'm talking about
the
you
total
though.
is 6.5. So if you go one way or the other,
mine's based off of the fact that
bold.
I do not believe in a certain team at all in the slightest. I think that there's a team.
Michigan State.
No.
Indiana.
Well, yes, I don't think Illinois is going to be good at all. I think Illinois is going to stink.
Yeah.
And they went to. I know this might be dumb math to some people, but the Illinois team that they're going to play this year in Champaign on a Friday is very close to the same Illinois team they played in 2023.
Okay.
They're very close.
And that game was
other.
closer than the final score indicated.
But Nebraska still ended up winning.
That was also a month earlier than the game will be this year. You don't think that they could be better a month later?
Won't be coming off of Indiana?
I think
Washington.
I think that Illinois
Nebraska's coming off of
Illinois
Washington.
lost their center. Illinois lost their guard.
But they'll have figured themselves out by then, right?
They lost their quarterback.
You realize Nebraska lost 3 of their offensive linemen too.
They have lost a ton.
Yeah, actually, a lot of these positions.
My math is this: this 26 team is better than the 23 team that beat Illinois, and the 23 Illinois team is basically the same.
Okay,
so that's how I get to 7.
Okay,
I think the Maryland and Rutgers game might end up being harder than the Illinois game. I don't believe in Illinois in Illinois at all.
Okay,
in the slightest. That's where I currently stand. But I'm.
You got a month and a half to go. You got a month and a half to go.
Just want to say hi to Bert and everyone in Champaign listening to the show today, or later on in delay when. The one Illinois. We used to have an Illinois fan. Remember?
No.
He would always reach out to me during the show and say, because I made some kind of a similar bold statement like he did like 10 years ago.
Oh wow, I don't remember this at all.
And this guy always used to tweet or email me and say, "Hey, are we going to put some money on this Illinois game? Or are we going to bet on this Illinois game?"
Wow.
I think it goes back to the reflective numbers game. And I made some comment about, man, Nebraska's going to smoke these guys. And this guy took it very personally.
It's like last year when
this
one
was like
guy
a bit for like 3 years.
Remember that Penn State fan got super mad at you, and then he just hate listened to us for the entire season.
People love hate listening to you and trying to do gotcha journalism.
Love it.
They do.
Love
people
it.
Really like.
What was the Penn State?
People don't
thing
like
over?
me, but I don't get stalked.
You just like casually mentioned at some point that they were bad. And that guy like just lost his mind. It wouldn't shut up about him all season long.
It was after the UCLA game, right?
It was either that or Oregon. It was one of those. It was in the middle of the season.
Right. Oh, that's right. No, remember it was circling the drain.
That's what
Penn
it was.
State season is circling the drain.
You were wrong.
And that was right after UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy was really mad, and then they proceeded to circle
Who won that bowl
the
game
drain and go
between?
down the drain.
Who won that bowl game between Penn State and Clemson? Was it Clemson who won that game?
I have no idea.
Which
Which bowl game?
The last year.
That one.
Penn State won 22-10.
There you go.
All right, we got to go. We have Farron coming up soon.
Oh, that's right. We did.
Yep.
They both were playing really good football at the
Great
end
to
of the
talk to you,
year,
Matt.
and people thought that might be a national
Matt.
title game.
Enjoyed the All-Star game,
It's not
Matt.
on Thursday. It's not Thursday.
I don't care.
One of your finest bits.
That is one of his
Put
finest.
your chair
bits.
down and get out of here.
His chair. Oh, it can go lower.
Yeah, my fat butt absolutely sunk it during the interview. It got lower and lower.
Oh, nice.
Couldn't support my weight.
All right.
Bye, Matt.
Bye.
There you go. There's your crossover. The Grum is coming up next. 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, welcome everyone to Tuesday on the Grum.
On a Tuesday.
It's great to be back in the studio with my pals and our lovely, lovely listeners and viewers.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It's nice to see that the World Cup's like, yeah, I mean, America doesn't care anymore, so we're going to air this game at a time that's more convenient for the teams that are playing,
I gotta be honest.
not the country that it's being played in.
I gotta be honest. I thought it was over. I thought the World Cup was done.
Still 4 games left, Nick.
They have
Still
not
that many games.
They have
Counting
not
today.
They have not given away the tumor yet.
Got the semis, 2 semis. They still do a dumb third place game,
Of course they do.
and then they do the final
Why do they do a third place?
because
game?
they want to give away a bronze something or
They
other.
want to give away
We
a
already
bronze tumor.
We already spent all the money on this bronze.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well use it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how y'all doing? Hope you're having a great day. It's a great day to be here. We're going to have fun today. We got a full show. We got technology and stuff.
Yeah.
We do?
Sure.
Doug
Yeah.
Anido says
We
his
got-
Sipple on today on his own show. He didn't know the difference between a deer and an elk. WTF Sip. He is on today.
I find that while Sip is not a hunter, I find that hard to
Don't
believe.
elks have things,
Elks
horns?
are generally much bigger than deer,
Yeah.
and yes, their antlers are
Yeah.
much more full and larger.
Yeah, I figured. I think Sipple knows what's up.
I would think if I were to flash before your eyes a picture of an ordinary male deer
John's gonna flash you.
and a picture of an ordinary
magnifying
male
glass.
elk, you
Yeah.
would be able to say that's a deer, that's an elk.
I could
Usually
figure it
because the deer is smeared somewhere
I
on
was
the
gonna
interstate
say, running
because
in
they
front of
are
me.
the dumbest creatures on earth.
I hate
Yeah.
deer. I don't know the purpose that they serve our,
When-
like we need things for our ecosystem. It's important to have these animals and these bugs or whatever. What is the purpose of a
Well,
deer?
that's
it's
what
easy.
hunting season does.
Nice.
Supposed to cull them.
I think we should cull more of them.
Jeez.
It's the purpose of the
Who else
deer
wanted to cull
is
things?
to
Under.
feed the ecosystem of body shops.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and they do a very good job. They keep
They
our body
do
shops
do
up and
a
running.
Good job.
Deer and pheasant work together like that. You ever hit a pheasant? They will mess up your car.
Nope. Knock on wood that I won't ever do so.
Yeah, let's not wish this into existence.
No. You know what I do want to wish into existence though, John?
What?
The Grum down
Oh,
and setting up the whole show.
Nice.
a Cardinal not named Pujols wins the home run derby.
Wow. I watched 4 swings.
It was
I
no, I
watched
didn't watch the
4
whole thing because I had to
swings.
go.
Because
for
it's
my
a home
walk.
run derby.
No,
Yeah, of
I mean, if
course.
I wasn't out on my walk, I would have had it on. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We don't have internet right now, so I couldn't really watch anything.
You don't have internet?
Yeah, our internet is just broken. They can't come and fix it until tomorrow.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
What have you been doing?
Can you say who's supplying it, or do you want to?
Oh, nice.
You
I
want
would
to
rather not.
out them
Mm.
I would
Cox
rather not.
Cable.
because you're afraid that they're going to come and murder you.
It's not a local company.
Not a local company.
Yes,
Oh, I don't even know who that would be then.
but it is a company with
Wow,
fiber
AOL
optics.
is still providing that
Yes,
service, huh?
they are. We get the
Ah.
discs in the mail every month.
Hmm.
Did somebody like hit something in your neighborhood?
We
Nick?
don't know what's happening. We think it's our router, like our
Mm.
specific router, and they supplied the router, so
Oh.
somebody has to come out.
Because my internet went down during football season, and I came to find out, at least I'm guessing, somebody ran into one of the boxes in my neighborhood that provides the fiber, and I'm guessing that that's what caused the problem.
I don't think
What
anyone
a
else in our
jerk.
neighborhood is having
Yeah.
issues, though. I think it's just us.
You need a new router. Well, let's hope you
What
get that.
a jerk.
What we're gonna do tonight? Last night we went to like the $7 movie bin, and we just picked a bunch of
that's
movies.
A fun bit.
Yeah.
John writes, deer meat is yummy, Josh. Yeah, that's true. I've had deer jerky before.
Shout out to venison.
Mike Farron will be joining us here momentarily
Nice.
from SiriusXM MLB Radio.
Awesome.
Is
he at the All-Star game? Is he in Philly?
No, remember, he said this last week.
Oh, that's right.
Departing,
He's
he
not
said,
going.
Yeah, I'm not going to the All-Star game. I wasn't assigned to it.
Oh, man.
Well, it is in Philadelphia, and that's on clear on the other side of the planet.
Far flight
from where he is in Arizona. I'm guessing
nobody cares about.
I'm guessing if the All-Star game was in L.A. or Arizona,
if it was in Phoenix, he'd probably go.
We're borrowing some bits today.
Nice. Yeah, they stole everything from us a few weeks ago.
But we borrow. We don't steal. We borrow.
True. We'll give it back to them.
Husker confidence points.
This is a great discussion.
We're putting it on a payment plan.
On shop.com.
Yes.
Good call, Nick.
Husker position group floors and ceilings. We're much in the floor and ceiling business.
We are. Not to be critical of our great Monday guest, Mitch Sherman, but I asked a question and he definitely did not understand what I was going for. So I figured we could unpack what I was hoping to discuss.
Well, I look forward to completely misinterpreting it too.
Maybe you will. I will do my best to explain it.
Maybe it's just a bad question.
I think it's a good question. I think it's really interesting. We'll find out, I guess.
Maybe Michael Bruns can judge whether it's interesting.
God, it's good to have Bruns back on the show.
Bruns is
It's been
back.
a few weeks, and during that time, then right before it was the College World Series, I feel like I haven't talked to Brunson in like a month and a half. I can't wait.
Well, it kind of has been a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Sipple, who apparently does not know the difference between an elk and a deer.
Can't wait to talk to him.
From HuskerOnline.com.
Nice.
So is Michigan firing the bum or not? More stuff coming out today from Michigan.
Seriously. Wow. Yikes.
This place is a real crap show.
Can't believe people in this room love and support everything about Michigan.
That is a great point.
It's like rooting for
Even
them.
when they were caught blue-handed.
Yep.
Blue-handed.
Or maize-handed.
You say go blue.
Blew myself.
There's dozens of us.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a question. I plan to actually ask this of Sip.
Oh, okay.
And it was asked off the air here yesterday. I think it was Matt that asked it.
No, he asked it on the air, and then he asked you off the air. Would you trade it? He did a poll question. They did a whole segment
that's right.
around
He did
it.
do a poll. I'm sorry. That's right. That's how we got onto the subject.
Would you deal with this?
Now I'm not. Don't include like the position in the universe, right?
What?
Because that makes it easier.
Earth?
No, I'm saying if Nebraska and Michigan traded places.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying from the on-field success of the last 5 years, but the turmoil, controversy of the last 5 years, would you trade those things with Michigan? So Nebraska trades with Michigan for those. But Michigan is still Michigan in the pecking order of the Big Ten, and Nebraska is still Nebraska. Because if we were trading like complete personalities, absolutely that's a smart trade because Michigan's like they're like 1B in the Big Ten Conference.
Oh, why you took this way literally instead of just would you want their on-field success with their off-field foibles?
Yeah, that's all. All. I just wanted to make that clear. So you get a
football natty, you get a basketball natty, and you're pretty good in the other years as well. It's not like it's just those one season.
But you have to go through all the crap of the stuff that they've done.
And here's my question. What does the Sharon Moore stuff tip you into the no category more than the cheating stuff would? Because like now you're talking about a truly heinous individual who was doing some real bad stuff. Not to say cheating isn't bad, but it's just when it gets into personality types and actual human beings that are affected more than just, they won
Nebraska
games.
went through that 30 years ago.
I know. No. And what did people happily traded it, right?
Sure.
Anybody look back and say,
maybe it's not a great question.
Yeah, does anybody look back on that and say, I wish I could give that up for the good of America? No, nobody cares. They want to win.
Yeah, that's true.
They really do.
Super hot take market. We're going to be avoiding the international food section.
I like international food though,
among other things. And top quarterbacks in the league.
Are we doing that today? Are we going to have time for this?
Why wouldn't?
Because we just got so many things. We have all these.
We have a lot of things, but we have a lot of grum.
We do.
So we have a lot of things and a lot of grum. I'd rather have too many things than not enough things. I want a lot of things because then it gives us options. Because there might be things like, for example, the whole floor ceiling thing. Yeah. We might be so confused by your question. We're like, let's just move on.
It's a normal question. I don't know why it's confusing. It's a very normal question.
Apparently it was confusing yesterday.
Mustache Adam says a natty for the Spygate and a head coach allegedly threatening to murder someone. Miss me hard with that. Yeah, can you imagine? Like we had a tiny bit of comparison with the Mickey Joseph stuff.
Mhm.
Tiny. And that lasted, a couple of days, and then, he was out of the program. The Sharon Moore stuff is months old, and it still is. We're finding out more things about it each and every day.
But the head coach that went way crazy wasn't the coach that led you to the championship.
That's true. So in theory, you don't have to look back on that. Though he did coach them in half of the games of the regular season that year.
So in this scenario, either Mike Riley or Scott Frost left after a national championship to go coach the Chargers.
Yeah. Well, Mike Riley did coach the Chargers.
Mike Riley did coach the Chargers.
People forget.
Oh my God!
And he coached.
Maybe we've been misidentifying this. It's not Wisconsin going late stage Nebraska. It's Michigan going late stage Nebraska.
Didn't Jim Harbaugh, wasn't he his quarterback when he was there?
Yes! Oh my God! It's all coming full circle.
That's pretty crazy.
This is nuts.
That's pretty crazy.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Who on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, Katie writes, coward ass fan base doesn't care about Natties after all.
We wouldn't be worrying about not ticket shortages, but
oh my gosh,
but people not buying enough tickets.
Hot take. That
Nebraska wishes it had a ticket shortage.
I think
they do for volleyball.
I think this is going to be way worse than anybody expected. Hot take I could be talked into.
Red
Hot take I
carpet's
believe.
coming back.
It's gonna not that, Nick. I'm talking about the reseating stuff. I think this is going to be. I feel like I think it's going to be really bad. I think it's going to be
Again,
really,
I think
really
it would be bad. It would be worse for Nebraska if the reseating of football wasn't that bad, because it means that no one cares enough.
Mm-hmm.
At least, the volleyball people, at least hey, people really care. And then if the basketball stuff
That's what they're going to say when the football reseating happens. You know what they're going to say? Is it Thursday? I don't care. That's what they're going to say.
Let's see. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed is at USC 1620, and then it's John, Josh, or Nick at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. Coming up, Farron's going to join us.
Hell yeah.
A reporter for the Chicago Cubs stepped in it today. Last night on Twitter.
Yeah.
And we need a controversy like that here.
Yeah, there was something that happened with this media guy last football season. It was a little different than this, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little different.
Just a little different. Thanks for being with us.
Good to be
We'll
here.
be back. Oh, look, another flopper. He's dead, Jim.
No, he's alive, John. Don't say that he's dead.
Well, that's just a euphemism. Let's see. Did he actually take an injury? No, he's fine.
It looks like it might have hurt.
Espanol leads France
Ouch.
1-0. Did I hear someone say one of these countries is celebrating their independence today?
France. It's Bastille Day.
Oh, cool. Good on them. 1620 the zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Aaron defending his title as the definitive Husker expert.
Yes.
Here on the program. He has been, without question, over the last 4 seasons, the closest on every record prediction.
When did you guys get Windows?
This is our new studio.
Last Wednesday.
Wow.
We have moved to the studio that was next door, so we have a window to the world.
Look at that, Mike.
Look at that. Traffic.
Our goal at some point, this, by the way, we have nicknamed the Kevin Kugler Memorial Protest Parking Lot. We're hoping at some point this year.
Is the single tree named after Sevier or Bob Bruce?
That tree, it's
Bruce the Spruce. It's there. You can use that.
Bruce the All right, we're calling the tree, this little tree over here, Bruce the Spruce.
I like it.
But anyway, our goal is to get protesters at some point who are upset at our Husker takes to picket.
Which we definitely have
here.
those people. We just got to actually get them to show up.
Or to climb this staircase back over my shoulder.
Let me
here.
just say that if you have people that are so angry about your Husker takes that they want to protest, you probably don't want them showing up to the office.
We got a front
think this
door.
is bulletproof glass.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not too afraid at the moment because right below us is the door. I didn't know if you knew this, Mike, but below us here in the building is a yoga studio.
Oh, is there?
And all the yoga people enter right underneath this window. And yesterday, I happened to be looking out, and there was this couple walking in, and they both looked up and waved at me. I'm like, oh, crap, they can see in here. This is not good. I thought we had enough dark enough tint.
Guess not.
I think rather than doing protesters, you should see if they can start doing parking lot yoga, and you guys can do it with them.
Ooh.
Have you ever done yoga before?
No.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I did it a few. What? Why are you triggered?
I'm not triggered. Did I?
The look on your face said that you were slightly triggered. That I said I'm not surprised.
You forgot to drink the bleach last night.
Whenever yoga comes up, John craps on it. So apologies for me being surprised or not surprised.
I only crap on it because they can't park very well in our parking lot.
I've always thought he was inflexible.
They're good at the yoga, very bad at the parking.
Terrible.
Very bad at the parking.
Yeah. We starting with the Cubs?
Not yet.
Okay.
I got to give it up. I got to give it up for Jeff Passan.
What did he do?
Jeff Passan yesterday was on ESPN, and he crapped all over the new home run derby format. You know, they took the clock off, and it was just you get 20 swings.
We have it now.
We stole their clock. It's now big clock here in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
And he crapped all over. He said, this is not going to go well.
Will that get you to break on time? Sorry.
Yeah. No, it does not. Anyway, but he quote tweeted his own mistake yesterday and said, I don't remember how he phrased it, but it ended up being a pretty entertaining home run derby. It probably helped that Schwarber, was in the finals in front of the hometown crowd. But I was entertained by it, and we got kind of an upset winner, Jordan Walker.
I definitely think the format worked for the finals. I thought it dragged up until that point. And I think if it weren't in Philadelphia, because Philly fans are just incredible.
Yeah.
I think it would have been a different feel. I actually think Jeff's initial take probably held better than he was willing to give it credit for. I'm in favor of a hybrid model where that opening round, because like Wilson Contreras standing at the plate for what seemed like a week in the opening was not the best way to start the Derby. And I'm not criticizing Wilson. He was just taking advantage of the rules.
Sure.
And the problem we've learned is that if we give baseball players a chance to take as much time as they want, they will take as much time as they want. That's
Can
why we
you
have a pitch
imagine if
timer
like
anyway.
2017 Vanderbilt held this tournament?
Oh my
We'd
gosh.
still be playing right
Oh,
now.
geez. Like, or if Schloss were coaching it, like he would just have everybody taking. So, like, I just like, I think because we had a great finish, it obscures some of the concerns that I still have over it.
Okay.
Now, the event did run 2.5 hours, which is fine. That's good. It's way better than it was in the
right? Than it's been in the past.
Yeah, it seems shorter.
It was certainly shorter than it was in the pre-clock days. Like, I mean, those were 3-hour long slogs, just like Major League games had been. I think there's a hybrid to be done where you could use the clock in the opening round, and then go to swings in the semis and finals, or just in the finals, and you would get the same thing. Because I do think they'll like, hey, you get to keep swinging as long as you keep dingering, is a good idea. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's another adjustment they could make. So, and I saw that we have some questions in there or comments about the camera angles, and yeah, like Netflix tried a lot of stuff that didn't work yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, I think there were things that were real positives on it that were huge upgrades over, quite frankly, what ESPN had done over the years, where it just did not have a whole lot of sizzle to it. I don't know that like sitting Albert Pujols and Barry Bonds like a couple of old men on a park bench was such a great idea. There were a couple of those moments where I felt like they would have been more comfortable in the park playing dominoes, and I think that probably would have been a better use of the time than them just sitting there awkwardly with Albert's pants like ended up going up to his knees, like the handcuffs. Like there was stuff that didn't work, and there were a lot of like camera angles, like the tight in shots of the player's face when guys are swinging. Like we want to see the swing, but like I think that they should take full advantage of the camera angle they had, where they set the camera in the opposite batter's box, gave just majestic views of the play. And I would think if you can do that in foul territory, there might be more usage for drones. I don't know that you want to put a drone over the field of play and something like that, because that might be danger. Although it could be cool if somebody hit a drone with
that'd be awesome.
Maybe you get extra points for that. So, like, I think there were some good things about it, and I think some of it was. I thought up until the finals, it was pretty mundane, personally.
Mike, do you think the All-Star game, and I guess the weekend or the week in itself, like is it in a good spot, like a better spot than it's been in your time covering this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think the game itself is probably in about the same spot that it has been for the last maybe 20 or some odd years. I mean, it's like the All-Star games in and of themselves are kind of arcane, right? That they're from an era when you didn't play everybody and you didn't get to see everyone. And I don't know that you're ever going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle to get that feel of it again. I wish that there were things, and I don't know that this is not a criticism of the league. I want to make this clear. I have a lot of things to criticize the league about. This is not one of them. I don't know if there is a way to capture the essence of the baseball festival that you have in Omaha and create a better version of that around the All-Star game. Just because the All-Star game is, it's a much more expensive event than going to Omaha for the College World Series, right? So you're going to be limited in who's able to participate in it. And, I don't know what is going to happen with any of that going forward or how they want to do it. But it does, like, this is the first year in a while that I haven't been at the All-Star game. And, I still love parts of the All-Star game. Like I still love watching the players line up in their jerseys. And I still think, that's a cool relic from my childhood.
Yeah.
But I think that there are some things that probably need to be looked at to make the event more accessible. And just like the game itself is like, it's the best of the All-Star games without a doubt.
It's kind of like the last straggler.
Yeah. It's the one that plays the most like the game during the season. But at the same time, that's also like damning it with faint praise. So I don't know exactly how you fix any of that. That's the problem, is I'm not smart enough to know that. And quite frankly, I haven't spent enough time on it to try and figure out how you do it. But I don't know that it's in a healthier spot than it was at any point over the last 15 years.
All right. So often on this Grum lately, you have been critical of Chicago sports radio, but boy, they got a good one to talk about this morning. because of a tweet that accidentally went out from longtime baseball reporter Bruce Levine, who's been covering the Cubs for a while.
And it's my friend Bruce
friend,
Levine. I want to point that out.
Yes, and so we obviously it comes with that, but it was obviously something that was meant to be a DM or a text,
Mm-hmm, yes.
but it went out as a tweet, and it said, "You and the other coaches." So he's addressing someone on the Cubs coaching staff. It appears you and the other coaches have been the stars of the team, being 12 games over 500. Let's hope Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb don't sell you guys out like 2025. He had an extra "the" in there, but I took that out. Enjoy the family time, pal, period. People have concluded that Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb are the, of course, the front office of the Cubs, namely Jed Hoyer.
And Craig Counsell, right? Is that
no? Well,
I think it's Carter Hawkins is the
Carter Hawkins, who's
talking about the general manager.
Yeah. But some have thought that this was intended for Craig Counsell.
I see.
But I'm guessing it's one of the other bench coaches, one of the other several.
I don't know if it's a bench coach or any of the other. I mean, I don't think it matters really. Like, I don't agree with Bruce that they sold out the 2025 team. The offense disappeared for like 2 months for weird reasons. And part of it was that Kyle Tucker just wasn't good.
No.
I think what this is my guess as to what happened with Tucker before he had the calf injury at the end of the year. He played through the broken hand and he made some adjustments to do that and swung the bat really well. And as he started getting healthy, those adjustments didn't work quite as well. And it probably opened up some new holes for him, and it took him a while to adjust. And that was a big culprit of what happened. Because remember, they still played pretty well through that, right? Like the offense scuffled, but their pitching kept them around 500 in that run. And that was pretty incredible. They were also, if you remember me saying, way out over their skis in the first half of last season. There was no way that they should have been on that pace that they were through the end of June. And I remember, I don't know if I told you guys this, but I was in Omaha and I got asked to do an interview on one of the Chicago radio stations. And the question was should they just hand Craig Counsell the manager of the year reward now? I mean, it was basically all this, this team's going to win the World Series, right? And it was you realize we still got 85 games to play. Let's chill out for a minute, right? So I don't know. I mean, listen, they have a very clear need at this deadline, right? They need pitching. And my guess is that they'll address it in some form with probably, I would guess, 4 to 5 external arms. He was on a show in Cleveland today that I got asked about it, and I thought 2 starters, 2 relievers seemed reasonable. It could be 1 starter, 3 relievers. It could be they're going to address pitching at the deadline. That's what they're going to do. Their system is built to be able to acquire those players. The cost of acquisition, at least based on who actually are the rentals right now that are going to be available, shouldn't be all that high. I think they're going to be in a fine position. And, I don't know that that criticism is necessarily appropriate for, what that group has, and what they have done there. I mean, they have been a really consistently competitive team over the last several years. They finally broke through the postseason last year, and they're going to make the playoffs again this year. They probably aren't going to win the division, but that's, who cares? Just get to the playoffs and let 40% of the league makes the postseason. They're making the postseason again.
Mike, yesterday, was it yesterday or was it today? Rob Manfred was asked about Trump and him getting involved in things. Did you see
No,
see
I
this?
didn't see this.
So I think
it literally just popped into my feed right now. So let me take a look at it.
And I don't mean I'm not asking for specifics on his answer. It's more of a broader question. And this was asked because of the World Cup and the involvement that the government had in rescinding the red card, a couple of weeks ago. Is there a concern inside of the sport as this labor dispute and everything comes to a head once the season is done, of him getting involved and what something like that could look like?
I would say that less about the president and more about the current political environment.
Okay.
You have gone from, and this is for better or for worse. I'm just trying to just bit the fact
Set it
here.
up,
We're not taking sides in this, right? Like, you've gone from one of arguably the most pro-union administration in certainly the last 50 years under Joe Biden to probably the most pro-management administration that we've had, at least since Ronald Reagan, in the current Donald Trump administration. And I don't necessarily think it's an accident that the push for a salary cap has come up at this particular time. If you remember your baseball history, when the players struck in 94 and then the owners locked out in 1995, it was the National Labor Relations Bureau that ended up ending the strike. It was Sonia Sotomayor, who's one of the Supreme Court justices now, who was the judge that ruled on this in favor of the NLRB, that said that the league was using unfair labor practices. So I think that this probably has less to do with President Trump specifically, and more to do with the way that this administration views the management labor conflict, which is pro-management. So I think that that's probably, I do believe that those things are tied together, and part of the reason why you're seeing this push and why there is, why the league has been so strident in the way that they have presented their argument, is that they feel like that they likely would have the government on their side.
Had a couple of days since the draft concluded, but of course, one of the big questions around here was, how did Nebraska's shortstop Dylan Carey go undrafted through 20 rounds?
Can I answer one more thing real quick?
Yeah.
If Clinton didn't do anything in 94, nothing is going to happen in 2027. And it's a good reminder, actually, that President Clinton did get involved in the negotiations as somebody who could try and broker a truce and failed. So that was but there was a much different political environment there. And again, yeah. I think to J97 Wazoo's thinking, like, we can spend more time on the CBA as we get closer to the CBA expiring, because everything that you've seen right now, I think we've discussed this, just should not be paid close attention to.
Yeah, it's all window dressing.
Like, I do think that it is something that is worth getting to, and what the arguments for the cap actually are versus what the league is trying to sell you on what they are.
Dylan Carey goes undrafted.
Yeah, signed with the Mets, though.
Did sign with the Mets, but this was a guy who was projected in the the low 100s, maybe mid 100s in terms of prospects. Goes through 21 rounds, does not get drafted. Is this an example of, because he is an older player, and we've heard at times, the older players without the kind of leverage that a younger prospect who has different options has, that may have cost him? Have you heard anything out there about why Dylan Carey went undrafted?
Not specifically, but I didn't see him in the 100s in anybody's ranking either. I mean, and it would be very rare to have a senior sign be ranked in the hundreds. I think Ruger Riojas was probably the exception to the rule this year. There are a couple things that could have happened. Generally, seniors sign for nothing. So like Jacob Jarrell, who was one of the leading home run hitters for Clemson this year, who is a senior and a power hitting catcher with, I think some questionable defensive skills, signed in the 8th or the 9th round of the Braves for $500. So there's a chance that Dylan Carey told teams he wasn't going to sign for the deep discount that they generally sign seniors for. And the reason they do that is because every draft pick in the first 10 rounds has a slot of money assigned to them. And teams trying to add the most talent possible, since they can't, there's only a dozen picks that are tradable, will sign a player in that spot under slot to be able to take the money and spread it out on talented players in other rounds. If you don't sign a player in that spot, you do not get that money. So you have to sign someone. So there is a good possibility that Dylan Carey told somebody who said, will you sign for $1,000 or $10,000? No, I'll take my chances in free agency. And he probably got more, because that doesn't count against the bonus pool up to $125,000.
Right. Okay.
And he could have been taken in the 10th round or something like that, but it may not have made sense at that point. A lot of times you're looking for high school players in that you can spend some of the savings on. It's a just much more complicated draft process. So I wouldn't read too much into it. I mean, I think the other thing is that, like, I don't know that Dylan Carey is a great pro prospect. I think he's a really great college player. And he's going to get a chance now in the Mets organization to prove that he is a professional prospect. But it's not like he has this outlandish collection of tools or one carrying tool that makes you go, man, this guy's definitely going to be a big leaguer. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up getting there as a utility guy, just based on the fact that he's been a really good performer for his career, and certainly going back to school this year for his senior season, let him take his game to another level, right? Like, it was terrific. It was a great decision by him.
Mm-hmm.
But I also wouldn't read too much in the fact that, like, if you're a senior and you're getting drafted or you're signing as an undrafted free agent, there may be some undrafted free agents that are priority players that get a better opportunity than some of those seniors that sign for a pittance.
We started the segment by teasing, of course, the fact that Farron is our most accurate Husker predictor. We have been asking all of our regular guests
we got
to identify your Husker floor and your Husker ceiling. Where do you see as the range?
Oh, man.
This year? The
lowest number has been 3 and 9.
3 and 9.
Is the highest been 9 and 3, or has there been
the
a 10
highest
and 2?
win total has been 9 and 3 over 12 regular
But we trust you the most, Farron, so we need your numbers.
I gotta look at the schedule. I haven't.
Famously, Mike, the first 5 games look rather
long
nice.
Runway, John.
Long runway. They're only playing Bowling Green, Ohio, and North Dakota.
Yep.
And then their Big Ten schedule starts with Michigan State,
Maryland,
Pat Fitzgerald, and Maryland.
Indiana.
But then after that,
it's hell.
The last 7 games gets very tough, including all 3 Big Ten playoff teams from a year ago.
Yeah, right. And like Indiana, Oregon, Washington, right in a row. That's no fun.
No.
So let's see. They can go in. Let's say they go in 4-1, just because.
Good take.
I don't know that they're like, you just want to be a little bit conservative. Illinois and Champaign is kind of the key game, isn't it? Right. I'll take them at Rutgers. So that's 5. I think they win a game that they're not supposed to. So maybe that's Iowa.
This isn't your actual prediction.
Yeah,
just
you're teasing us much right now.
You're high and you're low.
I'm saying I think high would be 8 and the low is the low is 5.
Wow. Okay.
Higher floor.
This is right on line with the friends of the program. Our listeners said 5 and 7 to 8 and 4
That's
is
true.
the floor in this.
Yeah, that feels right. I think I picked them for 8 wins last year, didn't I?
Yeah, a lot of us did, and that didn't.
What did they go 6 and 6?
7 and 6. 7 and 7
games.
And 7 and 6 overall.
So I was 1 win off, right? Like, I feel like that's pretty good for a guy who does not watch.
You are better than some media members around here.
Over time, you have been our best. So that's why
I realize this isn't my story to tell, but Matt Rule is actually a good football coach, despite what Nebraska fans currently think about him. I think that they're probably going to be okay. I just think that he needs to, just go coach football.
There you go.
Just go coach football.
Instead of yelling at Josh. Leave that to me, Matt. That's my job.
That's a great job at it.
I told him to drink bleach yesterday. That's much worse than what Farron or at
do you have COVID or something? Sorry.
No, it's just to wash down the Tide Pods. All right.
Bye, Mike.
Mike.
Please wash your produce thoroughly. Okay, I'll see you later.
Oh, yeah. That'll be coming up later in What's for Dinner.
Oh, yeah.
The last comment he made there. Wash your produce.
Yes, it will. Ooh. Yes, it will.
All right. We're coming back with more, including, what do we got here? Oh, position groups. Florida's to see.
Nice. And I'll explain it better this time. I will explain it better.
It may take the whole segment, but by God, we're going to do
this. It takes 2 seconds.
16:20 The Zone. Dagnabbit, Nick, I was going to do one of your reads.
What happened?
I forgot I closed the tab.
I got you. Chicago is calling, Husker
Chicago!
fans. I'll be there this weekend. 1620 The Zone is teaming up with Union Bank and Trust to send one lucky Nebraska fan and a guest to Chicago to see Nebraska volleyball play Missouri at historic Wrigley Field. How to win, John? You listen for the Road to Wrigley Sounder. Now, what does the sounder mean? Does it mean to call in?
No.
And caller number 4 wins?
No.
Does it mean to call in and get registered?
No.
It's a reminder to go to the website.
And go register.
Go register. You get 2 tickets to the game, Sunday, September 6th. You get round-trip airfare for 2 from Omaha to Chicago, 2-night hotel stay downtown Chicago, and a $150 gift card for the winner to use for dining, Ubers, merchandise, and or more.
All right, so Josh,
real quick. Presented by Union Bank and Trust at UBT. People don't have your money. Your money has people. Member FDIC.
That's right. The sponsors of the drum.
Everybody, there's the drop. That's a reminder, John. Reminder to go to the internet.
All right, so we're going to give you another chance at this because apparently your question was so bad.
I thought it was a great question.
Mitch Sherman took it in a completely different direction.
So here's what I wrote down.
All
Let me
right.
see if you figure it out.
All right,
All
go.
week long, we have unpacked Nebraska's floor and ceiling for the 2026 season.
All week long? I mean, it's only Tuesday.
It's all week over the last week.
Oh, okay.
Which position group has the biggest difference between their floor and ceiling? Does that make sense to you?
Question does make sense.
Okay, good.
Answer easy. Long snapper. Next question.
Long snapper. Explain yourself.
Well, I mean, the floor for the long snapper is we have what we had a couple years ago.
That was pretty
where
bad.
The ball's not getting snapped
That
properly.
was pretty bad.
The ceiling is what we had last year,
I
where they
guess-
seemed to have no problem snapping the ball. I don't recall one bad snap last year on a special teams play.
So it's interesting. You're saying that without Mike Eckler anymore, that the floor has returned.
I highly doubt
for
that
long
no
snapping?
talent spaz
Seems
had
like
anything
it.
to do. Had anything to do. No.
Because Mitch said the highest ceiling is the offensive line and the floor is the running back room.
Okay, well, this is just looking at the room and saying
itself.
who's got the greatest chance for the highest highs and the lowest lows.
Basically, what I'm trying to figure out is what's the biggest difference. You know,
I at first blush, because I think some people would say running backs.
See, but I don't think they have a high ceiling.
And that was what I was going to say. I don't think they have a high ceiling.
It's not high enough.
Could I sell you on the defensive line?
You'd have to sell me on the ceiling being high. That's what you would have to sell me.
Okay, let me sell you on the ceiling being high. Riley Van Poppel becomes Riley Van Poppel again, or at least
guy
the
that we
Riley
thought he
Van
would be a year
Poppel that
ago.
everybody thought was going to have this huge year last year. Williams Winery.
Okay.
That's a guy. I mean, you talk about.
Talk about a guy.
That's a guy with a 5-star ceiling, theoretically. Let's say he has a huge breakout year.
Okay.
Now I got to go back and I got to think.
So you're saying like Cam Lenhart breaks through the transfers?
Cam Lenhart has been here since I think Rex Burkhead.
He's been here a long time.
He has been here a long time. And so you got some experience there. You have a new coach there, right?
That would be one of the biggest arguments in that position's favor.
Let's see.
And you got some transfers.
I mean, someone I kind of identified as one to watch because remember last year before camp or was it right the early stages of camp when Tyson Terry went down?
He got hurt in high school, so we knew he was going to miss last season.
Okay.
But now he's going to actually be there.
But and I'm not saying he's going to be
Watch
the
out for the
barometer
redshirt freshman. Yeah,
but there was a lot of excitement for him coming in. I mean, you brought in Owen Stoudemire and Jashir Whittington so what I'm saying is I'm not saying it's going to be Wistrom Peter 97 front four, but I'm saying it talent wise it could have a fairly decent size ceiling, but the biggest gap, and because to answer the question, is
because their floor is so low.
Correct.
So you think because the floor is so low that it actually makes that difference pretty high?
That's why I'm more talking this out. I don't know if that's actually my answer, but I think that's the first position group that comes to mind.
I know we got to get to Brunt soon, but could I make a case for quarterback? Could I make a case that the floor is fairly low, at the ceiling though could be decently high. Like, I don't know if the floor is as low. Maybe, gosh, you almost tucked me into the defensive line because I don't know if the floor is as low as the defensive line, but I definitely don't think the ceiling is as high as the defensive line.
For quarterback?
Yeah, so I don't know if the difference.
You think the ceiling for the defensive line is higher than the ceiling for quarterback?
Maybe not. Maybe the floor
for
is
the Mountain West Player of the Year.
No, so you're right. The floor is probably higher than defensive line, and the ceiling is
because
probably lower.
you could maybe talk me into that. Let's say, and I know experience, you should be a little bit better, but there's some folks who are a little bit nervous that we're going to experience Jeff Sims part 2.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%.
Because of the turnover issues. Yeah. That he already comes in with,
or that he's going to get hurt because he's so slight, and then you're going to have to go to the backups.
And when you look at the Power 4 numbers,
they're rough.
They are rough.
Yeah.
So you could talk, just as I could talk you into defensive line. I think you could talk me into quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can spitball this and maybe talk about some other position groups a little bit later on. But at first blush, I would say defensive line.
Okay.
But quarterback's an interesting option. I agree with you on running back. I don't think there's a high enough ceiling.
Wide receivers, I think we'll probably agree the floor is pretty good. I think the floor is high for the receivers.
Well, I would say history says the floor is pretty low.
Well, I think the floor is last year. I would say that's fine.
Okay. All right.
If you have last year's production, I'd say that's fine.
Fair enough. Okay.
I wonder what Bruns thinks.
We'll ask him about those and other things, and we'll ask him where the hell he's been.
Okay, that sounds great.
He's been missing.
Bruns, you're home now. How are you doing?
He's back. 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
We always appreciate the solidarity and the support of our great regular guests. Michael Brunts told us 3 weeks ago, guys, I am never coming on this program again until you guys get a new studio. And look what happened.
Thank you,
Michael's
Bruns.
holdout led us to our brand new studio here at the Radio Ranch at 50th and Capitol. So, Brunsey, we appreciate the solidarity. I hope we kept you fed with enough bread and water to sustain you for these last couple weeks.
Yeah, I had myself chained to your old studio, hoping that it would result in the move, and I'm glad that
we got to put the bulldozer away. We didn't have to bulldoze you. It's been very nice.
Nick tripped over you a couple of times, but other than that, it was okay.
Yeah, and you were still unavailable as a weekly guest, but it was really kind of weird, honestly. But happy that you're back.
Well, I'm glad to be back. I'm glad you guys wear sunscreen every day there. Like
No. It is brighter. Now, the windows are tinted.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's not as bright as it looks on camera.
The windows are tinted. So believe me, if there was any issue with someone getting burned, it would be me, and I would scream about it. Well, Happer would be fun.
I almost messaged you, John, out of concern that you were going to be a little red after.
Well, you know what? I haven't checked recently, but so far I haven't felt anything.
Good.
So I think we're okay. Though the sun is high enough right now.
For now.
We get later in the year, and that sun will be a little bit
it's going to be right behind our heads.
Hopefully by then we'll have our new backdrop, and it'll be all good.
Indeed.
Well, Brunsey, we've done this with everybody.
We got to do it with Brunts.
So we're going to do it with you as well. We've been establishing everyone's floor and ceiling for this year's Nebraska football team. What do you think is the worst case scenario, floor-wise, regular season record? What do you see as the max? What are you thinking in terms of a range?
I will go floor. I will say 4 and 8.
Okay.
And then ceiling, I'll say 8 and 4. I'll flip it.
Okay.
I think those have been the most common numbers. Our listeners identified 4 and 8, did they not, John?
No, the
listeners
they were
5 and 7.
The listeners in Farron went 5 to 8.
Okay, and then 8 has been the common ceiling. It seems like for pretty much everybody. Though we have had a couple who have gone 3 and 9 to 9 and 3, which is just that is quite the wide berth.
Yeah.
That's a little whiplash year than I think I would like. And I don't know. I mean, 4 and 8 feels like that might not even be floor. That might be like you drop something through the floorboard and there's a hole in the ground, like that worst case scenario. But I feel okay there, I think.
Brunts, when we hear from Rule and the 3 players in 2 weeks? 2 weeks and a couple of days at Big Ten Media Days, what do you think that they are going to be most confident in? Like, what part of this group do you think that they feel really good about right now, a month and a half away from kickoff of the first game?
Yeah, I mean, I think from the players who are going to be there, I think there's going to be a lot of confidence about what Nebraska's got offensive line-wise. I know Justin Evans is going to be one of the 3 there. I think that's going to be, kind of across the board one area where they feel pretty good. I know coming out of the spring, they were pretty pleased with the additions they made out of the portal. What kind of different things I think that those guys were able to do that maybe past offensive line groups have not been able to do. Like, I think there's more mobility there. I think it's going to give them a little bit more, a few more options in play calling, screen game, and stuff like that. But I think that's going to be where the confidence is going to lie most. it's Andrew Marshall, and I'm trying to Lindenmeyer. And I don't know. I mean, I think there's going to be, I think there'll be a little bit of quiet confidence about what the defense can be, but I do think, it's got to be up front. I mean, and that's an area that Nebraska really not only spent a lot of money to improve, they obviously brought in Chief Wade and Lonnie Teasley to clean things up there, and I think that's what we're going to hear most.
We were just speaking about in the segment prior to you coming on, Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7, joining us here on the Grum, about position group floors and ceilings. Like, which of the position groups seems to have the lowest floor combined with the highest ceiling? In other words, which
biggest
group, biggest difference between the two. And at first blush, I thought defensive line could be one of those spots, but is there a position group that stands out as having what could be a pretty big difference between their maximum potential and worst case scenario?
I would have gone with defensive line. I mean, I think that's where a lot of attention is going to be. And it's kind of the flip side to what I just said about the offensive line. I mean, there was a lot of attention that was paid to that group in the offseason, and for good reason. I think that they will be better coached this year, technique-wise. I think that they kind of took the right approach with that group, in particular in the spring, where you didn't hear a lot of kind of the spring type praise for that group. Like it felt like it was very like, when they were talked about, it was kind of like, we know the work that has to be done there. Like they're well aware of that.
Yeah.
And I think that's why, and I think too, a guy that in that transfer portal class that I'm most intrigued by is Jasir Whittington and what he can be, not only as a every down type guy, but as somebody that can generate a little bit of a pass rush from the inside. So I'd probably go defensive line for that answer. I think, John, I just think, I do think that they're going to be improved from what they were a year ago. I think the scheme will help that a ton, because I think they had some guys that were playing just in spots that really didn't fit their skill set, or they were in a good position to be successful. So I'll go defensive line.
Bruns, going back to the previous answer you had about Big Ten Media Days, it reminded me of something that BC wrote about today on the site, and that was all the experience that Nebraska has. And this is something that we've been hitting on at various points over the last few weeks, because Severe had some numbers about all the returning snaps on the offensive line, especially at the Power 4 level, and how many of them they have. Like, I'm guessing that this group is really going to try to lean into that experience as just like a huge reason why they should be a successful year, or why this could be a more successful year, because they really do have a lot, whether they're good or bad, at the very least, they have a lot of experience back in the fold.
Yeah. I mean, it's, the offensive line, you've got a very veteran quarterback. You've got wide receivers that are, your top three guys have all been kind of through it during their careers. I mean, the only position you kind of point to as being, pretty raw is the running back spot. And so, yeah, I mean, I think, the idea of getting old and staying old up front helps. And it's not even just the first five that you're going to trot out there as your starters, more than likely. I mean, they've even got, Gunnar Gatula as a potential swing guy that's played a lot of snaps for you. Tyler Knack's played a lot of college football. So, it's the top 7-8 guys along that offensive line have kind of been through it. So, I thought BC was correct to write about that. And it's, not just the line, but across the board on the offense for the most part. So I think that's an advantage. We'll see if that actually results in anything. But, for all of kind of the hand-wringing about what the offensive line's been in the last few years, it feels like this group, for the reasons of experience, I think better coaching, I think that's got to be the group that you're going to have to hang your hat on up front.
Michael Bruns joining us from Husker247.com. with each passing day, it seems like there's more news, more good news coming out about the assessment of Trey Taylor. You know, his status has gone up on a variety of different recruiting websites. The heat on him to flip, I'm sure, is only going to get warmer as we, go, closer to signing day. Yet the commitment has never wavered. Did Matt Rule just happen to hit on the right person, right place, right time? Because all indications are this guy was not as sought after from the very beginning. Nebraska got in on it, and now it's almost like, they planted this, tomato plant and put a bunch of Miracle Grow, and it has turned, seriously, it has turned into quite the story of how Nebraska was in early on this young man. And now it's like, no, I'm not leaving this garden. I'm staying in the Husker garden.
Yeah, I think you have to give them credit for the evaluation. You do. And, it goes back multiple years, too, where, Nebraska, I think, spent a lot of time and energy in trying to get back into Chicago. And they were in schools a lot there. E.J. Barthel did a lot of good work in just kind of getting Nebraska's name back, in that area. And, Nebraska got a really good evaluation on Trey Taylor, I think. Trey and his family are really big on relationships. And I think, Nebraska was able to, very quickly, going back to that spring before he committed, really kind of build that trust with the family and kind of what they were doing in Lincoln. And, I think Trey's kind of, wired a little bit differently than a lot of top recruits are. I think the relationship piece is such a big part of it for him. And it has continued to be, even as, Ohio State and other schools have, entered his recruitment. But, Nebraska also beat out some pretty good schools too, back when he committed initially too. So, and I think you also have to give credit to Trey too, because, even going back to, when he played in that 7-on-7 event in Lincoln last summer, you could see it. Like, you could see, the talent was there, but it still needed to kind of be brought along. And he's worked really hard to do that. Seeing him play 7-on-7 this summer and now in Nebraska, he looks like a completely different quarterback even than he was last summer. And he was pretty darn good then too. So it really has been I think you have to give Nebraska credit for the recruiting job there. I think you also have to give Trey credit for, the development he's made too. Cause he's a really good quarterback and has, continued to improve.
And that's right. Husker Anonymous online community. I just compared Trey Taylor to a tomato plant.
Nice. Classic John.
And I like tomatoes. I just wish mine would come in a little faster than they are this year. Brunsey, it's good to have you back. Great to hear your voice again.
Hey, anytime, guys. It's good to be back.
And
Thank you, Bruns.
And hopefully the Athletics will get back on the winning track. I need them to hit the over on 70 wins this year.
Good luck, Bruns.
They're trying not to. Is it 17 of the last 20 they've lost?
Yeah,
like
it's not good.
Oh, my gosh.
Not good.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Bye, Bruns.
See ya.
Yep, see you guys.
Michael Bruns joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino's Zone Hotline.
Yikes, the A's are not very good. What do you think of this comment, John, in our YouTube chat from Theo? Chat GPT agrees Holgo should convert Barney to a part-time running back. What do you think about that idea, John?
Nope.
Because Theo earlier said that they should give Barney 5 to 10 carries per game.
Nope.
I would be worried about him getting injured if he was running the ball that many times. That doesn't seem like a smart idea.
Remember what happened to Wandale?
I do. Well, that's pretty good.
He was pretty good, but being a running back probably helped chase him out to Kentucky.
It definitely did.
I don't know. Maybe Theo's onto something. When I played the CFB video game, I basically only run it up the gut.
Okay, with a wide receiver, with a 170-pound wide receiver.
I converted him. I made him a halfback.
All right, yeah. Try that out for us, Nick. See what happens if you have Ja'Cory Barney as a running back.
Okay.
All right.
Still to come, we've got our Husker confidence list as
Borrowing
we
a bit. We'll return it
from the morning show. 100 days to the NFL, super hot take market, and
Steve Sipple.
Michigan drama.
Oh my gosh, a lot of Michigan
A
drama.
lot of Michigan drama. And the A word shows up in this week's today's edition of
A word.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're allowed to say that word on the one
what is
with
it, 7 letters.
with a hole.
It's kind of
That one?
kind of a hot button topic.
A hole?
No, not that one. Not that one. We'll explain when we continue because the big clock says it's 3:51 and it's time for a break.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone and Arby's remind you that Arby's is great.
Hell yeah, it is.
Roast beef sandwiches, the iconic curly fries, and they have brought back the Angus cheesesteak. At Arby's, we have the meats, and we have $25 gift cards to Arby's we're giving away later this week.
Nice. Should we bring back Name That Meat?
Sure, why not?
Does anyone remember how to do Name That Meat?
I mean, this is your idea, Nick. Do you remember how to do Name That Meat? I don't believe that I have ever played this game. Did you ever play this game?
I thought that was the infamous
Kevin and Michael thing.
That was the infamous Kevin and Michael bit.
Yeah, I've never done this game before.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nick, why don't you hit up Kevin and see if you can get the rules of the game?
We are probably neighbors. I could probably just knock on his door.
Yeah, did you see this? Him, Kevin, Nick, and Trey Taylor are all
neighbors now?
Millard neighbors.
I'm glad that
proud native sons of Millard.
Yes, all of us from Millard.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not from Millard is Ward Manuel, the athletic director at Michigan.
Maybe he'll move there, though. If he wants to live in a place that starts with an M, Millard would be a new place for him because he might not have a job at Michigan for much longer.
He was on an interview this week. So the embattled Michigan athletic director.
With whom?
A radio show called The Michigan Insider.
What?
And he told them, don't believe everything out there. I think I've been fired by social media 3 times. It's nonsense. It affects my family and my staff. Then he told Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger yesterday, the school president and I have had several great conversations over the past couple of days, and there are no plans for me not to continue to be the athletic director for the near future. Now,
so real quick, it looks like the Michigan Insider is a podcast from the 24/7 folks.
There you go.
The Michael Brunson, Brian Christopherson
Correct.
of the Michigan world.
Correct.
They have a really interesting studio, by the way.
But he was also on another show today, and I got to look here because this is from Football Scoop.
So he's making the rounds right now?
Making the rounds right now.
Because the one that I just found.
No. This is still the Michigan Insider.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still the Michigan Insider.
It's an hour and 17 minutes long that he went on with today.
I'm not going to get fired. Don't put it on the internet. I'm going to get fired.
And this was live this morning.
Right. So he told Yahoo Sports, don't believe everything out there. I think I've been fired by social media 3 times. It's nonsense. It affects my staff and my family. Here's a couple of the quotes he had from the Michigan Insider show. And tell me if this doesn't sound like some infighting.
Okay.
Quote, it's been challenging because of how sources, air quotes, and others outside of athletics have tried to put this in a particular way and that I battled through. It's challenging and at times very frustrating as a leader to have to deal with it. You get frustrated by some of the internal politics that you have to deal with. We are in competition in the Big Ten and nationally. I can deal with it when it comes from the outside. But when it comes from the inside, that bothers me.
So 2 things he's going after. One is the non-sports reporters, I guess, right, is who is one of the critiques is against.
Sure.
And then the other is people inside of the organization that are speaking on these things, and he doesn't like that that's happening.
Yes, the old academics versus athletics argument. That there are folks inside the University of Michigan who have been very frustrated. And by the way, here's just some of a list of transgressions of old Ward Manuel. All of these scandals that have taken place in the last 6.5 years, going back to 2018.
No, doesn't one of them goes all the way back to 2016?
Or 2016.
So you're talking about a decade's worth of scandals.
There you go. There's a lot of stuff on there. Those of you watching in on the YouTube, I'll give you a chance to just peruse some of those. Some of them obviously more famous than others. Here was more from old Ward from the Michigan Insider show. I want people to understand I don't need the credit. He's talking about credit for the titles and the success of the athletic programs. But I'm not going to stand idly by and let people say all of this happened despite Ward Manuel. That's crazy, he said. That's crazy. He went Jack Buck. That's crazy, folks. Go crazy.
And he spoke about himself in the third person.
He did do that. He did do that. But he insists, I'm not on my way out, though he also acknowledged on this same show, because he was asked point blank, have you had a conversation about your future? And he said he has.
Mm-hmm. So he is either he knows what's happening and he feels very, very comfortable, or as Matthew writes on YouTube, he's finished.
Yeah.
Mustache Adam says, power rank the Michigan scandals. I mean, the number one is, in my opinion, it would still be all of the Connor Stallion stuff, right? In terms of,
I mean, you were saying earlier, Sharon Moore is the one that lingers worse than that, or at least has a more of a stench.
I think the Sharon Moore stuff is much more uncomfortable in terms of, because it's crimes. It's not just, it's not a sports crime, if you will.
Correct.
Now, there was also the weird computer thing, where there are guys doing something on his computer and we're like, what did he do on his computer? And then the lack of information left quite the vacuum and everybody had to fill it with all sorts of theories and opinions and takes on it. I think that, maybe Sharon Moore is number one.
How about instead of a power ranking, it's a Mount Rushmore, since there's a lot of equally bad things.
Well, I think those are, I would start with those three for sure. And then the fourth one, those are pretty much the obvious ones. Connor Stallion, Sharon Moore, and the weird computer thing. And then you kind of go from there and, pick something else.
Well, speaking of the Sharon Moore deal, there's more coming out on that. Now, the same person who came up with this great list of Ward Manual scandals, Justin Spiro, is a Michigan State reporter who just loves.
He does.
And apparently has some sources inside of Michigan proper. I mean, the University of Michigan proper, whether it's athletics or the Board of Regents or just somebody who's doing a lot of talking.
Yeah,
and this guy is more than willing to spill the tea because he doesn't like Michigan.
Well, yeah, and so that's the thing. Like I think you have to immediately recognize it's not that he covers Michigan State, but that he seems to be a Michigan State fan.
Correct.
Yeah.
But he put out I guess it's, you can do articles on Twitter if you're like Matt and you pay the extra for
you can put out.
The headline: Jim Harbaugh arranged clinic visit that led to abortion. Texts from Paige Shiver indicate. Paige Shiver, of course, was the mistress who worked in the Michigan football office who had the affair with Sharon Moore and then tried to break it off, and that led to the whole Sharon Moore. But from the story, text messages sent by Paige Shiver to Sharon Moore indicate that Jim Harbaugh arranged a visit to a women's health clinic that culminated in an abortion for Shiver. According to the messages, Shiver told Moore that Harbaugh was unaware that the assistants involved in abortion. Those of you who aren't familiar, Jim Harbaugh, very much pro-life.
Yeah, he's spoken on before.
He's even talked about, listen, if I got players who have kids on the way,
I'll adopt them. Yeah, I will raise their children.
The messages were provided to university investigators as part of the Jenner and Block investigation into the Michigan Athletic Department. This is Michigan hired an outside law firm to investigate all of this stuff that's been going on, particularly when it comes to the Sharon Moore situation. This is the best line. When reached for comment, Harbaugh's longtime attorney, Tom Mars, said, quote, "Don't take this personally, but you should see a mental health specialist."
Good job by you, Tom Mars. So at the very least, he gave a comment. He gave a comment instead of just saying no comment. Yeah, there's a part of me when I saw this stuff because of who the guy is, because he's he's a literal Michigan State honk, that I'm like, I don't think I'm going to believe this. But as you pointed out, he's
come up with a lot of stuff.
And he's had a lot of intel into this situation in and of itself.
Speaking of this,
Nelson says the National Enquirer has more credibility than Spiro does. Look, I can't speak to his entire body of work, but at least in terms of some of the Sharon Moore stuff,
stuff has been very, very accurate.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff has been very, very accurate. By the way, speaking of this investigation, and this is from Tom Mars, Jim Harbaugh's attorney. Here's what he tweeted yesterday. Michigan's $11 million legal bill from Jenner and Block divided by an average hourly rate of $1,200 equals 9,166 hours. At a whopping hypothetical average of 120 billed hours per week, 9,166 would be 76.3 weeks of legal work. Yet Jenner and Block was reportedly hired by Michigan in mid-December 2025, only 30 weeks ago. Now that's something that ought to be investigated.
So he's saying that this has been going on a lot longer than
either that or Michigan's getting hosed on the rate. Or they're misbilling or something. So you got all kinds of crosstalk going on right now. And I'm guessing right now Harbaugh is like, man, you keep my name out your mouth.
Yeah, I'm done with you.
I left you for a reason.
Well, and
doesn't it make a little more sense now why Harbaugh went back to the NFL?
Well, yeah, he wanted to get out for a variety of reasons. See, and the other thing that happened today, because this is what first alerted us to the Michigan State honk, the Wall Street Journal put out a story that says Sharon Moore continued to lead Michigan even after the athletic director grew suspicious of the relationship and barred him from traveling with his executive assistant. So they're saying, and I this is paywalled. I believe that this goes back into 2024. Into the previous season.
Yeah.
Into Sharon Moore's first year as the head coach.
Yeah. A year before Moore was fired.
Yeah.
The school athletic director told him not to travel with her, according to that law firm investigation.
And so why does that matter? That matters because in theory,
they knew.
They knew. And
they knew there was something going on. First of all, that it was because in most workplaces, it's inappropriate to be dating a subordinate,
yeah,
which she
or
was
having a relationship,
especially this one. It was extramarital,
yeah.
And so if they had known about that, that's a big and did nothing, or did some of the things that are being alleged. That's obviously a big red flag. And this indicates that they've been knowing about it for at least a year.
Well, because remember, another one of the theories that came out of the firing of Moore as everything unfolded, or I guess the information getting out was, why did this happen now, right after the Ohio State game? Because basically, I mean, I remember in the immediate aftermath, you kind of poke around the internet, and it seemed like this was very much an open secret that a lot of people, not even to bring him up, but you know how during a certain coach's regime, there were all these rumors and people were like, why didn't you ever report on anything? Why didn't you ever report on anything? It's like, because there's not a there that anybody could find, but there was a there with Sharon Moore and everything that was unfolding and everything going on.
It's a mess.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And by the way, the thing that really got everything going was the Board of Regents apparently has a meeting scheduled for this Thursday. And the theory has been that this is the drop dead date for Ward Manuel to get the axe.
Yeah.
So
Tater Salad says Moore beats Ohio State and then Michigan would have covered up. Yeah, a lot of people think that that's the case. That if they would have won again,
of course they would have. It's Michigan.
They won in 2024.
Of course they are.
And you never were the wiser.
That's what Michigan does.
Win against Ohio State. God, I do like it when they beat Ohio State, John.
Why are you still on their side after all of this?
I just want the team to beat Ohio State, Nick. It's not like Ohio State's perfect either.
Yeah, Ohio State got pinched for tattoos.
That's a monstrous act, John.
It is a monstrous act.
Can you imagine a tattoo?
Wow, Josh Peterson here saying tattoos are dumb.
Just monstrous.
And monstrous.
When they're free, it's bad, John. Nobody should get free tattoos. You should pay for it like hardworking individuals. Instead of giving them necklaces for free tattoos. Jim Tressel knew. Unreal. That's why they had to let him go.
And that's why they're putting his name rightfully back on the Wall of Fame at Ohio State.
I can't believe that they took it off the Hall of Fame. That is ridiculous. It was tattoos.
The damn Bills had to build an entirely new stadium before they took OJ's name down.
That's true. They had 30 some odd years that they could have taken it
30
down.
30 years they could have taken it down. Oh no, but it'll leave that awkward,
front.
Yes.
Yeah, when we changed our
when
company,
we changed the company
they
name,
had to paint over it a little bit. Yeah,
we don't have enough blue paint.
Yeah.
We can't paint over the faded OJ Simpson.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait for the new stadium to be built, and then magically OJ disappears.
Exactly. And now they don't have it anymore. Good job by you, Buffalo.
Good job by you, Buffalo. Well, we'll combo in a little 100 days to NFL. We still have super hot take market, but we also have a borrowed topic.
Excellent.
That we're borrowing.
Do not
from
put it on the
morning
internet
show.
that we are stealing this.
We don't steal, we borrow.
We will borrow it, and then we will give it back.
They left it here, and we just picked it up.
Also, when we return, we have a sports flash about Nebraska's roster for the 2026 season.
Which Nebraska?
The football team.
Okay.
Oh, no. Did they all transfer?
No, this maybe is good news for Nebraska football.
Oh, so Trey's not going to play at Millard South. He's going to go right
don't you say that, John.
He's just going to play for the Huskers right away.
Don't you say that, John.
That's a tease, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for the break, and we'll tell you next. 1620 The Zone.
Sports Flash.
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update.
Sports Flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
This better be good. This better be good. I want a new pledge, new studio, new proper etiquette for the Sports Flash because it got a little loosey-goosey over the years back in the old studio. I want this to be a proper
Sports Flash.
In other words, I don't want to hear about anybody transferring in who's got, like, I don't know, 3 carries.
Sports Flash.
Well, John, Nebraska has a transfer coming in.
Yeah.
He's a running back.
Yeah.
Former Penn State running back.
Yeah. That guy ran for like 300 yards last year against Nebraska. Is he still eligible?
I think he's done. This is Tyke Hayes, who was going to be the starting running back, or at least projected to be the starting running back for Iowa Western.
That's where I went to school.
But Husker Online is confirmed with Scott Strohmeyer, friend of 1620 The Zone, by the way.
National championship head coach Scott Strohmeyer.
And still your national champion, by the way. Tyke Hayes, he's confirming that he is joining Nebraska. Now, you wonder, what kind of production did Mr. Hayes have in college?
I want to know.
Because what did you say? He better not have
some like 3 carries.
Can I interest you, John, in 18 yards in his career on 3 carries? Can I interest you in that? Along of 10?
So much for the pledge to make the Sports
John,
Flash great again.
Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Remember in the crossover, we were talking with Matt, and for some reason he mentioned the Clemson Penn State game, and you were like, I don't know. Why would I know?
I wouldn't care.
It happened in that game. It happened in the Pinstripe Bowl. Saturday, December 27th, he had his first action of the entire season.
At the Pinstripe Bowl.
Unbelievable.
Mustache Adam, how the hell did producer Josh not have the scoop on this? Because it wasn't his story to tell.
That's true.
It wasn't his story to tell. By the way, real quick.
This is all Husker Online, by the way.
Yeah.
Sean Callahan is the first with this news.
I mean, the obvious quick thing to go to is, what does this mean for Mekhi Nelson? I think we have an idea on what this means for Mekhi Nelson, right? Like, that's where I am going to assume very quickly.
I mean, there were people that still thought with or without Mekhi Nelson, this room could have used another running back. And so it's possible that this
guy
was already in the works, but then Mekhi Nelson happened and we'll see. I mean,
I'll put it
we
on
may
the
find
list.
out in a couple of weeks exactly why if it's asked of Matt Rule.
Put it on the list. Nelson will not be on the team this year.
Get the tomatoes.
Tyke Hayes, when he was in Pennsylvania, the reason why he committed to Penn State in the first place was he was the Pennsylvania 4A Player of the Year at Aliquippa High School. Rushed for 1,000 yards, 17 touchdowns on just 97 carries. What? Holy crap. 1,022 yards on 97 carries is 10.5 yards per carry.
That's pretty good, John.
Ohio State made a late offer on him when he was at Aliquippa, but remained committed to the Nittany Lions. So, all joking aside about the whole 3 carries last year in the Clemson game.
Can't believe you'd say that.
This is
breakout video.
This is someone who was a pretty highly respected running back out of the state of Pennsylvania, and he will have 4 years of eligibility left.
Yeah, because he barely played, and so thus he redshirted.
According to Sean Callahan at Husker Online, he is already listed in the official NU student directory.
God, I love student directory confirmation. That reminds me of being a sleuth.
So there you go. Nebraska has added to the running back room in the form of former Pennsylvania. That's another Pennsylvania guy. That Pennsylvania guy's coming out of our ears now.
That's true. Josh says, thank God. Thank the Lord. How do you feel? Are you thanking the Lord for this get?
Who's saying this?
The Josh, one of our commenters. Not me. I don't speak about myself in the third person. Thank the Lord.
I don't know, but it's interesting. It is interesting, and it does probably at least give you some indication as to what's going to happen regarding Mekhi Nelson. But we'll see. That's merely conjecture.
Okay. Borrow bit time?
All right. So the morning show borrowed, or
we're borrowing.
We're borrowing from
It's got to be their bit to borrow.
They did a confidence list. So they took all 12 regular season opponents, and on a 1 through 12 scale, with 12 being the greatest confidence, how would you rank the opponents in terms of your confidence that Nebraska will win the game.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously 12 is the highest confidence. How would you rank those games? The boys in the morning. They disagree. Whoa.
Spoiler alert.
What are you doing? Here's how they voted. So Connor had Bowling Green as his number 12. Shafe had North Dakota. So they basically flip-flop those. All three of the non-conference are there.
Yeah, both had Ohio at 10.
Yeah, I guess what we should do is start from the lowest confidence because that's where the unanimity is. Oregon was the 1-point game.
Yep.
Ohio State, the 2-point game. Indiana, the 3-point game. Iowa, the 4. Then they have their first disagreement. They flip-flop Washington and Illinois.
And that's basically all they did, right? They just flipped various games. They flipped Washington and Illinois. They flipped Michigan State and Maryland. Oh, no, wait. I guess Schaefer had Maryland all the way up at 7. And I believe his reasoning was because of where it falls, because it's so late and, all the travel that they're going to have to deal with at that time of the year, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think it's because he thinks Rutgers is really good, whereas Happer had Rutgers all the way down at number 9.
So we decided to borrow this bit.
It's a great bit.
And we agreed on everything.
No way, did we really?
Except for one game, and it was only because I went outside the box.
And you put Iowa at 3.
I put Iowa at 3 and Indiana at 4. But our list is, we both had Bowling Green, most confident.
Yep.
North Dakota.
Yep.
Ohio.
Yep.
Rutgers.
Yep.
Michigan State.
Yep.
Maryland.
Yep.
Washington. Couldn't quite tell the glare off the logo. Illinois.
Yep.
And then the first disagreement and the only disagreement.
Yep.
I put Indiana as my 4-point game and Iowa as my 3-point game. And the reason behind that was because of the placement of those games.
They always lose to Iowa. Oh.
And they do always lose to Iowa.
You're talking yourself into them beating Indiana.
I think at this moment, there's a chance Nebraska will have a better opportunity to beat Indiana than they will Iowa.
And what is that reason?
Well, they're at home.
Sure.
They could be 5-0. And Nebraska will be more tested going into that game than Indiana.
Because Indiana's going to blow out all the competition like they always do?
Well, because Indiana's got just a pathetically easy schedule. Now, Nebraska's isn't much harder.
I was going to say Nebraska's is also pathetically easy.
But I think going to Michigan State and playing Maryland with a good quarterback is going to be a hell of a lot better test than, Indiana, I think, has Rutgers right
Do they have Northwestern in there?
Indiana, here's Indiana, North Texas, Howard, Western Kentucky.
Who's the conference?
Northwestern, and Rutgers.
I don't know, man. I feel like that might be the same.
No.
Because we agree.
They're hosting Northwestern. They're going to Rutgers. Nebraska's going to Michigan State.
Who's horrible. Oh, Michigan State is worse than Rutgers. Right? Here, let me just pull up the SP+. Why don't we do SP+? This is fun. Let's just look at the Bills numbers. All right. So Rutgers.
Well, but you might say that, but I would say that Maryland in Lincoln is a much tougher test than Northwestern in Bloomington.
All right. So Rutgers, Bill Connolly has Rutgers at 62 and Michigan State at 67. So essentially a wash.
It's a push.
And then what are the other ones we're comparing?
All right, compare Northwestern to Maryland.
And Northwestern is at home for them.
Northwestern is at Indiana.
Northwestern 49, Maryland 55. So Bill would actually say Indiana has the tougher conference slate.
Bill is wrong.
Interesting. I don't know why.
I think Maryland's better than Northwestern.
I for the record, I would agree with you. I just don't think that.
But anyway, but the other point of it is Indiana is in Lincoln. Nebraska's at Iowa.
Yeah.
We all know about. That's the only reason. I was just trying to do something a little bit different. Thankfully, I did. Otherwise, we'd have zero disagreement at all.
I thought about moving Iowa around as well because I am someone who just looks at that game and I think it's a horror show. Also, no, wait, we didn't. You messed up my list. I did not have Oregon number 1. I had Ohio State number 1.
You did?
Yeah. I had Ohio State as the toughest game on the schedule. I do not think Nebraska is going to beat Ohio State. Yeah, I had them number 1. Just want to make sure.
I gotta double check and make sure. I thought I put it the way you had it there. You did. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah. So we had a little difference.
Josh really, you think Ohio State in Lincoln more difficult than Nebraska going to Oregon, and you're out on Ohio State this year.
Yeah, but they're still going to beat Nebraska. I think they're way better than Nebraska is. Also,
isn't Oregon way better?
Yeah, but
and they're in Oregon.
I think Ohio State's a better team
than Oregon.
I mean, they won the national championship. They beat them in the playoff a couple years ago. I don't know what you want from me. Do you think Nebraska?
Hold on a second. I thought you were out on Ohio State this year.
They're not going to lose to Nebraska. They're going to lose 3 other games.
And Nebraska's played famously some very tight games with Ohio State in the last few years.
That's definitely fair.
Meanwhile, I mean,
am I missing something on this home field thing? Is it because of they don't have to travel, or because you think the environment's going to be tough when it's late November and they're a 500?
Wouldn't you rather have a home game than a road game?
Sure, unless the vibes are so rancid that the home field advantage isn't even that good.
Wow, that's interesting. Trolling. That's interesting. Okay.
Strigori says NU has 1 win all time versus Ohio State, and it took a crazy.
Well, they ain't beating Oregon. They beat Oregon 10 years ago with Oregon's absolutely worst team.
That's
but
true.
Oregon's a much better program than they were then.
Oh yeah, for sure, they definitely are.
I mean, to me, it's Oregon playing at Oregon, and Nebraska's had success against Ohio State, at least keeping the game competitive. I'm not saying they're going to win it. Don't misunderstand me, but.
Because, I'm trying to think of the most recent games they had against Ohio State. So they had the 2024 game, which was very close. That went all the way down to the wire. And then what is the time before that? Do you have to go back to 2021? Is that the last time that they played them? Did they play? Haven't played them in. So, I mean, yeah, I guess 2 close games in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Only one of those I think really matters, though. I don't think the 2021 game means anything for me. That might as well be 2016 Oregon, honestly.
Sure.
So yeah, I disagree. Yeah, so I was on an island. I had Ohio State as the toughest game on the schedule.
Okay.
And in a way, it's not even like they are the best team, because I think you would agree. Indiana is not a worse team than Iowa.
Right.
So, but you're taking into account different factors. For me, it's hard to imagine them beating Ohio. It's hard to imagine them beating a lot of those teams, to be honest. But it's just hard for me to imagine them beating Ohio State, especially that week. We've talked about it. Ohio State is locked in the week before Michigan now. And so Nebraska, I think, is going to have their focus, because they are not trying to play around, because I think they might have some losses on the ledger, and they're going to need to be putting up some style points at that point in time because of other losses that they'll have earlier this year.
Okay.
Theo says, don't underestimate Michigan State. Michigan State and Maryland are toss-ups.
I don't know if they're toss-ups. It's not. We haven't done that exercise yet. And again, remember, we can't. I mean, if we were doing this in a way where, if we were doing our regular exercise of will win, should win, might win, won't win, which, by the way, I already started to kind of mentally look at that.
Well, it's 3, and then 6 in the middle.
There could be. I don't know. I could have a lot of different.
Yeah, permutations. Severe wants to know, what is the SP Plus for Oregon versus Ohio State? So Ohio State is number 1 in Bill's SP Plus rankings with a ranking of 31.8. Oregon is number 2 at 28.3. And then Notre Dame is 3rd at 25.8.
I'm out on Connolly.
I can tell.
I think he's out of his gourd,
because he had Maryland as a tougher game than whoever it was.
No, he had Northwestern as a tougher game.
Northwestern has been a solid team under David Braun. I don't like it either. I can't believe it.
I think Maryland's more talented.
They're definitely more talented.
And earlier in the season.
I know, it's pretty much September still. And you know how Loxley is in September games. I did a podcast with an Ohio State podcast that dropped today. And I told them, I think that Mike Loxley needs to change the calendar inside of the locker room to always say September. It's September 48th. It's September 90th. 48th. I think if Maryland always has a mindset that it's September, that they're going to be a lot better football team. A lot better football team.
All right. Well, Josh already was, he must have been at the super hot take quickie market as the only person out there on the island who had Ohio State being the number 1 versus Oregon.
And I'm also the only zone host apparently who does not think that they have a chance in hell against Indiana. I think I'm on an outlier in saying, no, I will not allow myself to even imagine them beating the Hoosiers.
I think that's insane thinking. I'm not saying that Indiana won't
game
win.
Week, I think you're going to be picking the Huskers to win.
No, this is not Michigan last year. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
This is not Michigan last year.
I have been thinking about Michigan last year whenever you've talked about
This is not Michigan last year.
Okay.
But I think it's crazy to not think Nebraska couldn't win that game.
Well, now they have a new running back, so maybe maybe Tyke Hayes can, bring all that production onto the field.
Sure, why not?
Mhm.
Super Hot Take Market next on 1620 The Zone. keep Major League Baseball out of the Olympics.
What? What does this have to do with anything?
Did you know that it's coming to Los Angeles in 28?
Yeah, Nick is super excited about it.
I am actually pretty stoked for it.
And the Major League Baseball players want to do it, and baseball is actually thinking of suspending portions of the season to do it. But why? We don't need it. We have the World Baseball Classic, an event run by baseball. The problem with the Olympics is it's run by the Olympics. You already have a great international event that is growing in stature. People were very excited about it, had the best ratings ever, and it's perfectly timed. It doesn't disrupt the season. And for those of us who prefer to watch normal sports than the tripe that they throw out there for the Olympics, I don't want this disruption. Get this crap out of here.
So it's going to be pro ball players? I thought it was like college guys.
No.
Amateurs.
No. Of course, the Olympics, they want the pro guys because...
Understandably so. TV ratings and such.
You know what?
What?
These are the same idiots that dumped baseball and softball a few years ago in the first place. Baseball, you don't need the Olympics. You already have the World Baseball Classic, a far superior event.
I honestly have zero takes about baseball in the Olympics because I don't watch that sport in the Olympics. I watch the fun stuff. Hot take, John, that I believe.
There is no fun stuff.
Oh, yeah, you got hoops? You don't like basketball?
I like NBA basketball. I'd rather watch
you
NBA.
Like the NBA basketball?
I'd rather watch them playing for their real teams and not...
Cycling's pretty cool. I like watching cycling. It's racing, John.
Hot take, I believe. Car lights are getting worse.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about the brightness level. I'm talking about the design of these car lights. Have you seen these cars where the lights look like bones? I don't understand these. Have you seen these? Seriously, they
like
look.
on the Jeep?
I don't think it's a Jeep. Somebody in the chat probably knows, but they look like bones on the front and the back. I think they're ugly.
It might be Hyundai.
There are the ones that look like beady little eyes. I don't understand these lights. Why can't headlights and rear lights? Is that what they're called? Rear lights?
Tail lights.
Tail lights. Why can't they just look normal again? They're getting goofier by the car.
Now that you have, we've replaced everything with LEDs and they're brighter.
Yeah. Why do you have to make them ugly?
You don't need the big lamps anymore. And so now car designers are getting more
cool.
They are trying to get more designer-y and identifiable with the taillights and the headlights.
I'm looking out trying to find the bone. Okay, Matthew says the Hyundai Santa Fe.
It could be Hyundai. Hyundai does a lot of weird light stuff. There's one where their taillights are below, like basically on the bumper.
Here we go, John.
Yeah,
there
I'm not
it
a big
is.
fan of that.
They look like bones. They look like dog bones.
Okay.
I hate those lights. They are ugly as hell.
Yeah.
Go make car lights normal again.
Make car lights normal again, says old man Josh. Get off my taillight lawn.
Seriously.
I thought you were going to go in the direction
they're too bright.
Because,
that's what Riz says.
They are too bright.
They're very bright.
Especially when you get a Silverado or an F-150 behind you and it's already high enough and it's right in your rear view mirror, and then
you flip the thing down,
and then the LEDs come on, and woo!
If I'm behind somebody and I have to get angry because I think their brights are on, but it turns out they're not,
it's just the regular lights.
It's too much.
Yeah. I feel like, stick to sports, I feel like this should be like a government mandated, as high as they can be on normal, and as like there should be a number.
There should be something,
right?
Yeah.
I feel like this should be a law.
Well, it's because back
you have
home,
speed limits, John. We're allowed to tell people what to do in society. It is allowed. We told people to stop smoking.
So Josh here for being I like this, the uniform police. Making sure that teams have numbers that you can see.
Just want to see.
And now we got headlight police.
Yeah, Matthew says we need headlight regulations.
I still don't understand why they allow
has
people
to be a culture war.
I don't understand why people are allowed to tint their license plates.
I don't understand the purpose of doing that.
Well, tinting the license plate.
No, it doesn't. It looks stupid.
The idea behind tinting the license plate is people think that it prevents any traffic cameras from taking a picture of your light if you go past a stoplight or taking pictures of your car. It doesn't work that way, but people have been marketed to believe that is.
Sean says it's not a dog bone, it's an H. Yeah, you know
for
who else
Hyundai.
had an H in his name? Yeah, that guy.
Ooh.
Nick, do you have a hot take?
Designated Hitler.
No, yours is really good though.
Thank you.
Yours is really
overhits.
good.
Hot take, I believe, John. I have
Now
another
I'm going to
one
be
that I
on the
believe.
lookout for these.
Seriously, you know how anytime you do that, you're like, I've never seen that car, and then you see it all the time.
Yeah.
You're going to see dog bones.
Gonna
Guys,
happen.
By far the biggest culprit is Hyundai. Hyundai's been doing a lot of really weird crap, and also their engines explode.
Wow. Josh and Nick here out on Asian-made vehicles.
Just
Very
this one.
Hyundai specifically.
Just this one.
Also Kia.
Another hot take, John, that
Another
I
Asian
believe.
I mean, Hyundai and Kia are the same.
We spend too much time talking about all-star games. I do not care about this game tonight. I don't care about any all-star
We haven't
games.
spent that much
All
time
we
on
do
it.
is
Barely
crap on the
talked about it.
football all-star game. We crap on the basketball
Well, that's because they
all-star
don't
game.
even do football.
And that's
anymore.
fine. I just don't think we need to talk about them anymore. Just let them exist in their own little worlds, but we don't have to have, how do we save the all-star game? Who cares? Why does it matter? It's not good.
Have we done this? We haven't done
No, I'm talking about other people. You were always talking about the crap that you see on ESPN that you
that. Oh,
dislike.
you've been dishing on the For You tab. I like it.
I just figure people are complaining, so I just want to get out in front
Josh
of people
getting out on
complaining.
his lawn, screaming
they're
at the
about to talk
bright
about
lights.
it.
I thought you were looking at the PTI rundown, and that's what made you upset.
I cannot stand all-star game discourse. And sorry, it's not 1980 anymore. The all-star games just don't matter like they used to, and they never will again. I didn't watch the Home Run Derby. I'm not going to watch tonight. I'm going to have a great night doing anything but watch the all-star game.
Great.
Okay.
Nick?
He doesn't have one.
I don't have one.
Wow.
Is this your food one? Is this
No, I
about
don't
to
have.
be
I didn't have a food one.
I thought you said in the.
Well, no. The tease was I was dissing on the international concept of the Olympics.
Oh, I thought it was going to be food related.
No,
Oh,
no.
I see. Okay.
No, here's my hot take on food. Don't eat the lettuce.
Or it could be tomatoes too.
Just
Nobody
don't
really
eat
knows.
produce. You know what? Stop eating vegetables, and people will stop having diarrhea.
Severe says, I think you're aging kind of like a dog, dude. You're like 65 now. What, for not wanting to watch the All-Star game? Just want the lights to look normal, not like a little dog bone.
The bright light thing, that's fair though, because like back home in the middle of nowhere, you're on a highway going from town to town, no lights anywhere except for the headlights. You crest a hill and suddenly you're blinded and you could go into a ditch.
Blinded by the light. That's a song, Nick.
Yeah, a Bruce Springsteen song.
No, that's
that
not the
was
one
done masterfully by Manfred Mann
Yeah,
because
that's what
they're
I
not
think
a
of.
bunch of New Jersey scuzzbags.
It was Rob Manfred, man. John
I'd
writes
rather
in,
hear Blinded by the Light done by Rob Manfred than by the guy who wrote it.
John, going back to the Indiana discussion real quick before Sipple. John writes, Signetti versus Rule is like Einstein versus a third grader. And Kyle says, Indiana by at least 30. Josh, you should bookmark this conversation for
put
later.
that on the list. Put that on the
Put that
list.
on the list.
All right. Put that on the list. I want that on the list.
From listener Kyle.
And I'll counter by saying Indiana will not win by 30.
Okay, perfect.
Maybe 29, but not 30.
Get Happer on the show is 29-30. Indiana will beat Nebraska by at least 30. All right.
And then you can put right after that, John guarantees that Nebraska will not lose by at least 30 to Indiana.
Okay, perfect. Look at that. We've been adding a lot of stuff to the old list lately. Indiana will not beat Nebraska by at least 30.
Yep.
Excellent. It is on the list.
I love it.
The list has been updated.
Steve Sipple next on the happy hour on 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Happy.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Sip, I just want you to know I work with children.
What happened?
Well, yeah, during the break, we you read the was it a text or a YouTube comment about
from John?
Yeah.
I don't care if there is ever another baseball game played.
No, not
ever.
that one. I don't want to hear from that guy ever again.
Oh.
The one about beating Indiana beating Nebraska by 30.
I read that on the air. I didn't read that during the
That's what I said. But you said that on the air, and then I immediately countered with, put it on the list. Nebraska's not losing to Indiana by 30.
Yeah, correct.
And then during the break, you guys were all coming up with, John should have to serve some kind of a punishment.
Yeah.
If Nebraska loses by more than 30.
I would agree.
Why should I be punished, Sip? Why should I be punished if Nebraska loses by more than 30, which they're totally not going to do to Indiana?
Why? Now, you lost me a little bit, but why would you be punished at all?
Because he guaranteed it, Sipple. He said put it on the list. If you put it on the list, you might as well be saying, if this happens, I'll do big red overreaction if the opposite were to unfold.
Well,
that's how I've always viewed the list
I know
item.
what you're talking about.
Would you guarantee, Sip, that they'll lose that game by 29 points or less?
Okay. Yeah, now I'm sorry. I've been texting.
Are you going to do this interview, or are you just going to text the whole time?
No, hold on. No, I would think they have a chance to win that game. Really?
Yeah.
What's up with this? Why do people keep saying that this week?
Why would you guarantee they'll lose by 29? That seems like crazy to me. We don't know what Indiana's all about necessarily. I don't know that we have a great handle on Nebraska.
That is true.
So no, I would not put point totals. I would not have fixed extreme point totals to games, let alone many point totals at all. That's an extreme one, though.
I mean, this will be the first real road test that Indiana faces with a whole new look team.
Yeah, pretty new look. I wouldn't say whole new look.
Well, it's quite a bit new look.
Yeah.
Third quarterback in 3 years,
They'll be riding a 21-game winning streak probably. So it'll be very, very interesting seeing Sig Daddy down on the field.
For the record, I did not say Nebraska would lose by 30 points. That was one of our listeners, Kyle, who said that they would lose by 30 points. So I just want that out there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Great, man. How are you? Breaking a little news today.
Well, Sean Cal.
The website breaking a little news today.
Yeah, Sean broke some. I did not see it coming either. He just called me and said, hey, I called him about another matter. He said, hey, we got something here. And all of a sudden, boom, there it was. So that's big news.
So I guess initial reaction. I mean, we talked about this here in this segment a couple weeks ago, how few running backs were on scholarship. And this is, then the Mekhi Nelson news hit. What was kind of your initial reaction to hearing about another running back coming in at the 11th hour?
Well, when I see his credentials, I would think he would have a chance to start. I mean, that'd be my initial reaction. Not based really on what he did last season, which was only 3 carries for 18
yards.
Yeah, against Clemson in the bowl game. But I mean, he was the 4A Player of the Year in the state of Pennsylvania for a team that was 42-2 and he averaged 10 yards a carry. I mean, and Ohio State came after him late. Look, if Penn State recruits you after your freshman year of high school, you got something, right? I mean, Penn State offered him after his freshman year of high school. This is a real running back. I think I don't mind saying what I said. I think he'd have a chance to come in and be the starter here.
Sip, I mean, the first reaction
I don't know why anybody would push back on that.
There are people that are talking to themselves that Jamal Rule could start in the first game. So if a true freshman could, why not a guy with at least 1 year of college experience?
100%.
What does this like? Did your mind go to an obvious place with Mekhi Nelson, or do you think that this is a move that they would have done even without his legal troubles?
That's a really good question. It doesn't. I think. I hate saying you got to be careful because I get
understandable when we're talking about a legal situation.
Yeah. I would strike a cautionary tone on assuming anything with Mekhi. I don't think that I've been following it behind the scenes, his legal matter, and it's not. Now this is where I got to choose it. I would not. I'd be careful, assuming like his career's done. I wouldn't do that. I would even be cautious. I would caution against assuming that Mekhi Nelson won't play this year. I wouldn't. Now, there's things that have to, the legal process has to run its course. So let's just see where that goes. But I am keeping a very open mind, and I think this move could be made, because of uncertainty with Mekhi. But I don't think it's made with the knowledge that it's not going to work out with Mekhi. I don't think that's it at all. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in a way, like you're talking about, this is at the very least, a safety blanket with some upside of the individual running back himself.
I think you could characterize it that way. I'm a little bit more. I guess upside. I think there's more than upside here. Like I mean, the best way I can say is I think this new guy has a chance to start.
Do we know, and maybe this is way too early to tell, why he left Penn State in the first place? Was it because of the coaching change?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that. A coaching change is the best way to put it, right? But
yeah,
he's the great nephew of Terry Smith, who remains at Penn State as an associate head coach. He is a nephew. Don't remember, Terry Smith was the interim when Nebraska played him. Terry Smith's still there, nephew, so it's not like his son. But I'd say coaching change probably is the main reason.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. So kind of circling back a little bit to Indiana. Last week you talked about the potential spot that Nebraska could be in. Maybe it's a pair of 5-0 teams. Certainly it's a opportunity for a top 5 win and an Indiana winning streak, et cetera, et cetera. So that's on the positive side when you look at upsets. Is there a game right now that when you just glance at the schedule that worries you most from being an upset on the wrong side of the result?
That is a great question. Because
I'll be honest with you, Sim, I think Michigan State is the first one for me.
Yeah, I think so too. I think both those early games, Maryland and Michigan State, are. I mean, you know why I hesitate to answer why? It's because I don't look at those as big upsets.
Yeah.
Is it a real upset?
So, like, to define this question, do you almost have to consider one of the first 3 games of the season because those would be true upsets in your mind?
Yeah, I do. I think though any of those would be significant upsets. So yeah, I would say North Dakota. I would say North Dakota. Those would be upsets. And you know what? I want to be respectful to Nebraska. I see, for instance, Phil Steele has them at 32nd. Pretty high, right?
Mm-hmm. Borderline top 25 team.
Yeah. So I know how I sound sometimes. I sound a little negative. It's not that as much as 2 things. There's a lot of unknown. I mean, you have 3 starting offensive linemen and a new quarterback, and and then a sort of a revamped defensive line, or two critical new guys and some young guys that we don't know all that much about. So there's a lot of unknowns here. The corner, we don't know. One of the corners we're not sure what that's going to look like. A bunch of new coaches. I don't think I'm being negative as much as there's some of it. I'm curious. 32nd, I guess, seems a little high to me, but I'm open-minded, but there's a lot about Nebraska that I want to see. They got to kind of prove it right now, in my opinion.
Steve Sipple joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The Trey Taylor stuff continues to get more interesting as time goes by. He obviously is elevated now to a 5-star on your site. So Nebraska is going to have more than likely 2 5-star quarterbacks that they've had in the fold within 4 years of each other. He's been doing a great job selling on the recruiting side, being a great peer recruiter. But I'm curious, Sip, do you see a point where, even as a high school senior, where you see him as Nebraska's trying to sell now a bigger picture about the program, where you start to see him kind of developing more into a salesman for the program? Not us, but the program, the Nebraska program, just because you know how this year's going to go, right? If it doesn't get to at least 8 wins, I think you're going to have a lot of people that will just be like, I'm not sure. But you got a bright future potentially with this recruiting class. Trey Taylor's been very good online with getting people to, rally behind the cause. I wonder if we're going to start to see him, being an overall rallying force behind the program, just to keep the enthusiasm and the excitement up throughout the course of the year.
I think it's very possible, now that you mention it. And I can't say that I know exactly what he's tweeting. I have a sort of a peripheral awareness of it. But
sure.
Now that you mention it, I could see that. I mean, a lot of support. I'll give you a reason. I mean, I know from talking to his father a lot that Matt Rule is obviously he's the head coach, so he's a critical reason. But they really have a fondness for the way Rule approaches his job, and that he's very blunt with Trey, lays it on the line. That if you had to identify 3 reasons that he's here, Rule's definitely one of them. Which you could say, well, yeah, it does. If he's the head coach, now it doesn't always work that way. I mean, it's not always that way, but it is definitely this way in this case. So yeah, I could see Trey going to bat for the head coach, for instance, if it's necessary. But yeah, taking a broader view of it and approaching it from a broader standpoint. Yeah, John, I think that's, now that you mention it, I guess I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Sip, I wanted to ask you about something that you took a call on your show this morning on the ticket, because I had it sent to me. I had a breakout clip sent to me by a friend of mine and a donor to the university, and that is about the reseating process with volleyball and some of the frustration that this listener had or currently has with how Nebraska has handled it so far. From what you have heard, that person doesn't seem to be the outlier, right? Do you think that there could be an adjustment coming from this, just given that there seems to be a lot of frustration, at the very least with volleyball? I'm guessing that it's going to be more of the same with men's hoops. Football's just different because of how large the stadium is, even with the changes that are coming. But with basketball and with volleyball in particular, I'm guessing that there's going to be a lot of people really, really angry.
I think you could make adjustments. I've never been, we've never dealt with reseat.
Yeah.
Like John. Or Josh, I don't like to portray you as a teenager all the time. You've been around a long time. We haven't dealt with this, so I don't have a full understanding of how you approach it. The whole concept, it's not something I'm overly familiar with or I've pondered all that much. You know what I mean? A reseat.
Mm-hmm.
A reseat of an arena is fairly complex, right?
Yes.
And we're certainly in a complex time, and I understand it from both sides. I want to make that clear. I do understand it from the rank and file fan who's getting pushed out, from the Paul Hamill, the former World Herald reporter, tweeting about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's rough. It's rough stuff from the fans, the rank and file in particular. Well, I mean, that's who it's affecting. But I also understand it from the other side, where now the one, I guess, bit of insight that I could add that means anything is these receipts are long overdue. I do think that Troy Dannon and Tyler Kai and the administration that has to deal with this is sort of paying for the sins of previous administrations.
Oh, absolutely.
That never did it. And they could have done it a long time ago.
Yeah, I remember Byrne talking about this in the 90s.
Right, 100%. Yeah, but you're going back to an AD that a lot of your listeners have no idea who you're talking about.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that Dannon is paying for that, for Nebraska, in a sense, dragging its feet. And now you can't. You just because of the landscape, because, let's face it, because now you're paying the athletes. I hate to call them, I guess they're student athletes. I hate, you just have to say it that way. It's not that money is being directly funneled to them, because it's actually the TV money that pays the kind of the bill in that regard. But we're talking about overall operating expenses, and it comes from the broader pot. This wouldn't happen if you didn't have that. If you didn't have to pay rosters now.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about all of this, is it does come across as we would have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for those darn kids. I always like to go back to that. I always like to go back to that Scooby-Doo line, because seriously, that's being used. That's being used to justify everything from ticket price increases to reseating to, because it is. I mean, facts are facts. It is a new bottom line that never used to show up on the ledger before. And it's a big one. It's not just a new addition like, oh, we decided to, get, a new printer. No, this is a big line item that everybody has had to add. And it's changed a lot.
Right. I just don't think a lot of people anticipated the ramifications of, it was always, you got to pay the student athlete. Okay, all right, if we're going to do this, we're doing it with no structure, and there are going to be a lot of ramifications. And we're seeing probably some maybe some ramifications that a lot of people didn't anticipate. And one of them directly affects the fans, and this is one of them.
So to go back, like as you guys said, this is something that Nebraska really kind of dragged their feet on, and they should have done this a while ago. Do you think the way in which they're handling it, though, from what you have heard, is the quote unquote right way? Because the whole some fans are able to get X amount of tickets, and then other fans are suddenly either not able to, or they're getting a lower number. Like, I am totally on board, I think, with doing any of these things, especially with football, because, they are leaving a lot of money on the table. I think that the men's hoops one is very cynical, just given that it's coming off of the best season that they literally have ever had. The volleyball one, I think you can certainly sell me on it. I guess just some of the ways in which they're doing so, I just feel like that they could have done a much better job with the PR of it and how it's actually affecting the fans versus just doing it in the first place, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this is where I would zoom out, Josh. And this is, I've been told this by a couple older administrators from around the country. You have to sort of keep in mind in our roles, in our, we'll say journalist roles, right? That all of this is the first time around. Like, all of this stuff a lot of these universities are operating in this strange new world in real time. And I have to check myself sometimes and say, look, how do you judge it? Like, how can you, I can't really second guess what they're doing. And this, not in everything that happens, right? Because it's all very new. It's all the first time around, right? This is the first reseat they've done. Like, I think it would be, I don't want to say your question is not inappropriate, but I think you have to be sort of careful not to trample all over these decisions when all of this is so new. Do you understand where I'm
Yeah,
coming
but
from?
I mean, you're kind of saying like you got to offer them a little bit of forgiveness, and like that they might be making mistakes, but we shouldn't be losing our minds over it because this is the first time they've done it.
Right. Great. It's not they haven't gone through this. Hardly any of it. Right. So I perceive I don't know. I give them a lot of grace because are there things they could have done differently in the volleyball reseat from what I've heard? Yeah, there are. For instance, not granting upper level donors as many as 6 tickets.
Yes.
Yeah. That's too much.
And that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the one thing you hear a lot of. But again, how would you try to gauge it if you're in their shoes, right? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, this is all very new. Now the next time they have to do it, I would think they would make some adjustments, and it'll probably be smoother. So that's the way I kind of look at it.
Staying on the ticket side of things, there, as Sean observed the other day, Sean Callahan, and we saw it yesterday, front page ad on the World Herald for tickets. Never seen that from Nebraska, or at least I haven't in my years following the program. It feels like the ticket demand is perhaps as soft as we've ever seen it in modern Husker football history. Do you think there's a possibility that quietly, not something they're going to, put out in a PR release or talk about openly unless they're directly asked about it, but do you think there's a possibility that as they go through the process of renovating Memorial Stadium, that they could actually maybe go smaller on capacity, but just not make a big deal about it?
Yeah. I mean, I do. I think they could do that, and it could just come out organically.
Yeah.
In 2 years or 3 years, whenever it's done. Right. I mean, when is it scheduled to be done?
It's supposed to be ready in time for 2028, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
The 2028
Right.
season.
You could see that, when it's completed, they announce a capacity that, John and Josh noticed, this is lower. And they don't even announce it. Just they announce a capacity that's lower, and then it's addressed, and that's it. Yeah, I could definitely see that. It would make sense to me in this world. I think a lot of people have voiced this, but if I were in charge of a football stadium for a college football team, it would be smaller, in most cases than it was previously. And I'd say almost every case. Now you're getting into this world where you say, oh, really? You would tighten up Ohio State Stadium, or yeah, I might. I still might. Even with them rolling, just about anywhere I would tighten it up because of the way the world's going.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things, Tip, about all this to me, when they're putting out these ads and trying to sell these tickets, like we can all log on to the Huskers.com and we can, try to figure out how many tickets are available. They have that data. So whether it's 1 seat available or 5,000 seats available or more, like they know what the actual demand is right now. And I'm guessing that they're going to use that in whatever they decide to do next.
Yeah, you're right about that. They do have that data. That's why it's interesting, for instance, to watch SeatGeek right now, because if you get onto SeatGeek, it's sort of unrelated, but it's related in a sense. There's rows of seats available. And those aren't all the seats that are available. They don't put them all out. I mean, Nebraska's not going to put them all out there, but it shows you, there's a lot right now. And John, I always go to you because we're similar age. I have not seen that sort of ad in the World Herald or the Journal Star. Now there would be ads for mini packages or even season tickets sometimes. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I'd never seen single game.
Yeah.
I've never seen a single game. And the thing that strikes me is it's so late. We're close.
Yeah, July 14th.
July 14th. And it was on the front page.
And it included the big dog opponents. Like that's the thing that I keep, being reminded of.
Yeah, usually when they're trying to sell
it's like
off
North
tickets,
Dakota games, not Ohio State, not Indiana, not those types of teams. Even Washington.
I don't sense surprise in your voice. I don't think any of us should be surprised that it's soft.
No.
we've talked about it all off season, the level of, I don't know, it's not total apathy, but the level of apathy I think was striking to you guys, right?
I think I said it to you after the spring game, but my takeaway with the number of people there was not, well, this is how college football is today. It was more, I think that this is concerning if Nebraska fans are not showing up like they normally do for the spring game, especially after a pretty much non-existent one in 2025.
A huge season ahead. I always tell you guys, like, I don't have any trouble being interested. I never do. And I'm certainly not having any trouble. I'm not having any trouble being interested because it's a gigantic season in so many ways. I mean, you have the stadium project that looms. You have the top-rated quarterback in the country committed to you but not signed. You have a coach that needs this. He needs a season where the fan base feels good, and the program needs it. I mean, we need it. I think the fan base needs. I think businesses need it. If I were a rule, I would counsel. If I were counseling rule, I would counsel against thinking too much of the big picture. Just worry about the team, because if you start thinking about the big picture, it gets weighty. You know, I mean, I hope people understand we're in a critical part of the program's history. I mean, where's it going?
Yeah.
You know, where's it headed? If they go 6-6, you think there's apathy now? Come on. I mean, you haven't seen apathy if they throw another 6-6 type season, it'll get worse. So it's gigantic what lies ahead of us.
And circling back, that's kind of why I asked the question about Trey Taylor, because he represents the future and hope, but he's not going to be here for another year on top of that. And he may not start for another year on top of that. But I just wonder, as Nebraska tries to, find a way to, put as much hope and optimism into the future as possible, how much they may use a new face of the program to do just that.
Well, I think it'd be wise to do it, but you can't do it if the product on the field on Saturdays when it means everything.
Yeah.
If it died with his message, it would be unfair to Trey to put him in that position. I mean, it's got to be a representable product.
Oh, I agree.
In order for his message to resonate in any meaningful way, they have to play well. You can't lose the interim coaches. You can't. Oh my gosh! You can't be non-competitive.
You can't lose to Indiana by 30.
Right. Some of this is not. It's not unfair. I mean, I think we get sometimes portrayed in the media as being unfair. It's not unfair to point out that there's too many instances where they're non-competitive. If they're competitive all the time, the conversations aren't as harsh. Too many instances of being non-competitive, and that sticks in people's craw.
Sip, I told this story on the air yesterday, but we were having dinner over the weekend with a friend who has had season tickets for a while and is a pretty hardcore Nebraska football fan, who told me he did not renew his season tickets because he is tired of watching Nebraska spend more money than other teams and get their butts kicked by them.
They get their butts kicked. I think that's a big part of the issue.
Yeah.
The manner in which they've lost.
That's what did Bo in.
Yep, it did. No, that's fair. That's very fair. When they lost, they got hammered, and that's true. And it's kind of it keeps happening. And last year, in those critical final weeks of the season, they got it handed to them.
And that's why it's not going to happen by 30 points or more to Indiana.
Well, a lot goes into that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. Sip, thanks again. Always a fun conversation. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, those are good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Thank you, Sip. Steve
Sipple joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. For those of you just joining us, if you wanted to know more about Tyke, Nebraska's new running back, we talked about that at the beginning of the segment. You can always
indeed
hit the little rewind button, little Little scroll back on the bar if you're watching in on the YouTube feed.
So nice.
Or check it out on the radio replays. Are we still calling them radio replays on the website?
I think that's what it says on the website.
Does it still say radio replays on the website?
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Or wherever you get your podcasts.
We got a really interesting question. We're not going to have time for it today, but I'm going to put it on the sheet for tomorrow. But the question began with this. Is Sipple drunk? And then there was a question. But I found what the person, because it started with the Indiana conversation.
Oh, okay.
But a really interesting question that I think we can look in the past tomorrow and then try to figure out something for the 2026 season that I really enjoyed.
Well, what's the question?
Oh, you want me to read it to you?
Well, yeah, because I don't want to leave people hanging thinking that the question is Sipple drunk, and we're going to spend a whole segment on it.
Yeah, that's not the topic. Is Sipple drunk? Nebraska beating a far superior coach to Indiana. We're definitely in the hopium offseason. We had the soft schedule last year and still couldn't get it together. We have new coaches in 2/3 of the team with defense and special teams. We definitely lose. Maybe not by 29, as they will take pity on Nebraska. But here was the question, and this is from Mike. Thank you, Mike. When have the unknowns in the offseason ever turned out to be a surprise that has come through and been impactful? True unknowns with personnel or coaches. And this person wanted to know it from a positive way. He says, when have you felt shocked or blown away by a player or position group? I mean, go back to 2009 Sioux when I felt actual shock. Maybe that's an extreme example and outlier. I found that to be a very interesting question. Kind of want to think about it over the next day before we get into it tomorrow.
By the way, if you want to see weird taillights, look behind us in the parking lot. Right there. You see it, the white Hyundai?
No.
But you can't see the taillights. You can't tell that they're bones.
Oh, yeah,
that's the Santa Fe right there.
Yeah, but the car's not driving right now, Nick.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're not illuminated.
The taillights are still weird, even if they're not illuminated.
By the way, Africa?
You mean by their? Well, they're not that low. They're kind of low.
By the way, Wood Africa says Nick isn't the director of audio. Yeah, you should have asked that question of a different person.
They are still radio replays on the website.
They are still radio replays. All right, go check it out. We had a great conversation with Sipple. Also, did you see this? Did you hear about this? We got a text earlier from, this was a comment when we had Sipple on in the YouTube chat from Matthew. I think John should be a mainstay on overreaction, to which the director of Big Red Overreaction, Josh Otson, says, if that's what the people want, who am I to deny them that simple pleasure? That's why Josh is a great boss.
They're going to be denied a lot of times this year.
He's like
maybe
Bane.
Every time
He's like
this year.
And then I give it back to you, the people. That's what Josh is saying.
Listen, if y'all think I'm dreaming by saying Nebraska ain't losing by 30 to Indiana, I guarantee you that you're dreaming thinking that's going to happen.
What, that you're going to do Big Red Overreaction at all? You're not doing any shows? Who's going to do it? I'm going to be traveling, gallivanting around the country.
There's a thing called 1620, the pregame, that's going nationwide.
Interesting. Matthew says, John is my favorite on overreaction. Give the people what they want.
Yeah, but
what
Matthew,
do you think about this idea, Nick?
I am not my favorite on Big Red Overreaction. And wouldn't you rather me be happy?
You love phone calls. That is the show for phone calls.
I think
it feels like it should be you.
The real star of Big Red Overreaction is the most important voice.
Yours.
Ooh, could we just do this where just bring in young Jake or someone, and all they do is
people complain.
All Jake has to do is open the mic and say, and now it is Peter's turn, and then turns on, and then Peter can ask awkwardly, hey guys, how you doing? And of course no one will answer because there's technically not a host, and it's just like, no, you just need to
go.
It's
like what are they called, Nick? Waymo? The car, what are the self-driving cars?
Oh, yeah.
A Waymo, Big Red Overreaction Waymo edition.
I like this.
We could
get it sponsored by Waymo.
It's like the NFL game back in the day that didn't have announcers on it.
Yes!
Honestly, people always are like,
this
more
idea.
Calls, less you, more calls.
The producer doesn't even need to be in here. They could just remote in on the stack.
Oh, are you volunteering to do it from home, Nick? Wow, this is awesome.
I mean, in fairness to the listeners, they do need a cue to know when they're on the air. Not everyone is as savvy enough to understand that, now it's my turn.
Just give your stream of consciousness over the phone, and if it gets put on the air, it gets put on the air.
So you're asking people to just start rambling on, which some of them probably do anyway because they're too inebriated to understand, while they're on hold.
100%.
And then you just
sing my song.
We'll just air a mid-ramble. That could be a fun bit.
Two more texts real quick, John, before we go to break. Tay sends us a photo of her new child.
The baby.
Shout out to
Look at
Tay
that
and
beautiful
Alex.
baby.
By the way,
being great parents.
I'm not going to share it. Cool ass name for that kid.
Yeah,
I love that kid's name.
What's the name again?
Nick says he's not
I'm
going to
not going to share it.
Nick
I'll tell you off the air.
Nick doesn't want to dox
I don't know
the
if they
baby.
want the baby to have their name.
The baby's already born. It's in there. It's in the universe. I mean, probably already enrolling it for kindergarten. They got to have a name.
John, I'm not going to step on parent toes.
Happer's Mean Guy says we're getting so much closer to people accepting where Nebraska actually falls in the pecking order of college football in 2026. Not 1976, not 1996, not even 2006. Outside of the, you ready for this? Going to crap on some media. Outside of the Sipples, Shermans, and Severes of the world who have to sell hopium to maintain their audiences of morons, people are finally begging to come to their senses. Wow.
It's always fascinating to me which media members get called out for being mega homers. Because most of the time when I hear some of the names, I'm like, do you know, are you paying attention? It's funny. It's funny how sometimes the perception of certain people are, oh, that guy's a homer. And then you read the article, that guy's a homer.
John's the true homer. He says they're going to beat Indiana this year.
I did not say that. I said they're not losing by 30.
Tay says that you can tell John the name of their child.
To the world?
To the world.
Apollo.
Apollo.
That's a sick ass name.
Wow. Okay.
American Spirit Blue.
Wait, what?
American Spirit Blue Cindelar. That was a joke from Kenneth.
Apollo.
Yeah, it's a sick name.
Well, that was the name of from Battlestar Galactica. That was Apollo.
Thinking
Apollo
about
and Starbuck.
The rockets, and also maybe the god.
I think if they have a second baby, the next baby should be named Starbuck. So they can have Apollo and Starbuck.
Cindelar had commented in the chat. Just say it, Nick. Who cares?
Some parents get weird about stuff. I'm not trying. I wait for permission.
Nick's just weird.
Some parents don't want their kids' pictures on the internet. I respect it until I hear from the parents.
Kenneth also says, I will host Big Red Overreaction with Cindelar. Not a bad idea. Kenneth could bring in some delicious food from the crescent moon. Now we're cooking.
That might actually get Josh to want to host.
I am excited. I told Odson yesterday when I sent him my availability, I was apologizing because I can't do some shows. I would love to do the week 1 show, but I have to be in Evanston.
Apologizing.
No, not Evanston.
Apologizing.
Yeah, Evanston,
You stop.
Nope.
Child's barely on this planet, and you're already using its name as a pun.
It's a great name.
Chris in Montana says that's a terrible take from that dude. Mitch is probably the most level-headed, sees both sides media member. IMO. Is Mitch the best media member? Poll question.
And what hopium is Michael selling?
I mean, Michael has been pretty positive lately.
Yeah, but he's been positive.
He had
but what is he selling? I mean, what
that they're going to be better than people think they are?
No. But what benefit is it to him if they are good?
Clicks
to what?
It's his podcast.
Yeah, he does do a podcast with Schaefer.
It's true. Michael and Schaefer.
Mike, of all the people out there, Michael, I think, is the least who would be concerned with the clicks that he gets.
Yeah,
based on his takes. That's just my thought. Coming up. Content.
What do we have in content today?
All-Star
game talk?
No, there might be a question on the All-Star game. There might be a question about basketball.
Basketball?
There might be a trivia question about football. And we're going to wish happy birthday to a symbol that many folks in this area are very fond of.
Prince.
Many others are very not fond of.
Color me curious.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
The ongoing feud. We sparked
Between?
Well, speaking of media members and
Oh, is it in the chat? I haven't seen anything.
From Jacob Bigelow.
Oh, yeah. Bigelow doesn't like some of the media members.
Severe. You mean the same grown adult man who tweeted, "Look at all the media at this spring game. Does this look like a program where there is no hope?" That Michael Severe? Or has he tweeted Serviere?
Severe.
He had misspelling there.
Michael has been very positive. I don't think he's a homer, though.
Yeah, he's not a homer.
He is way more positive than I am about the team right now.
No, that's not hard to do, though.
What? I have him at 5. 5 wins is more than 5 more than 0. 5 is 5 more than 0.
That's great.
And I said their ceiling is 8.
You just happen to like their floor better. That's all. All right, Nick.
Well, this is kind of fitting. Let the blame game begin. Flo Baloney says the controversy of his red card.
Baloney?
Yeah.
Keep going, Nick.
Says the controversy of his red card and subsequent FIFA ruling to allow him to play would cause a lot of controversy during the World Cup, and that he reorganized the impact it had on his teammates. Recognized. Are you allowing this to be an excuse as to why the U.S. lost to Waffles?
I mean, it's not surprising that they were probably a little distracted, but no, they got
a couple
beat.
things on their mind.
That's why you're calling them Waffles, Belgium.
They got beat because they weren't as good as Belgium, mainly.
Yeah, I mean, do I think that they were distracted? Probably. Do I think that that's why they lost? Definitely not. They lost because they weren't very good. The guy kicked to the ground instead of the soccer ball, and then they scored a goal to go up 3-1. Don't kick the ground, kick the ball. Don't do that.
11 former D1 athletes are suing the NCAA over the new eligibility rule. Will they win?
Every time, John, that we talk about one of these things, the assumption is going to be that the athletes will win. We saw this with Brendan Sorsby for a spell. I kind of think that the athletes are going to win. And, I guess in this scenario, because of how the NCAA has handled it, deciding to give immediate extra eligibility rather than it being something down the road, I guess they do have a leg to stand on, and you wonder if that would then open up the floodgates, and what would that mean for, I know every Husker fan is like, what does this mean for Jamarcus Lawrence? Could he rejoin the team? But I kind of think that these players are going to win, and they're going to get extra eligibility.
I wonder if we'll ever have a year where there's not a court-related case of an athlete or athletes suing the NCAA.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Okay.
I feel like that's our new world.
Rink Mast put up his second double-double in the NBA Summer League yesterday, going 23-10 in the Pacers' 1-point loss to the Raptors. Through 3 games, he's averaging 16.3 and 10 rebounds. Could he find himself on the team when the season begins?
I wish I had a little more insight into just how much the Pacers might need a person like this and with a skill set like this. But, I mean, he's certainly off to a really good start. Now, we've seen other years where, you have a good summer league and it doesn't. But I do think it will elevate his potential, even if it's not with the Pacers. It could be somewhere else in the NBA. I think he's still going to end up starting the year somewhere in the G League. But could I see him signing one of those, what do they call those 10 and 10 contracts or whatever? Could I see him in an NBA game of some kind next year? Yeah, I could.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I do not think he will begin the season in the NBA, but the two-way contract type situations where he comes up for a few days and goes back down, especially late in the year, depending on how good or bad the Pacers are, absolutely, I think that could happen. But I don't think that he'll start the season in the pros.
Brian Kelly says he wants to coach again and that he's open to the types of jobs he takes. What would be a good landing spot for our favorite Cajun?
All jokes aside, Brian Kelly has been a really good coach, and he's been a consistent coach everywhere he has been. I think that he could be a winner at a lower level, like a Virginia Tech type school that James Franklin just took, like a lower end power conference job at this moment in time. Think of maybe John, like Historic Powers, who have fallen on hard times and will have to make a coaching move within the next few years. Whoever comes to your mind as one of those types of schools, maybe something like that.
If that were to ever happen, I would have a field day making fun of this clown.
Like if he went to like Washington or something?
No. I know what you were suggesting.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I know what you were suggesting.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think Brian Kelly would be best. I mean, if he's open in the types of jobs he takes, I mean, he already knows how to speak Cajun. The Popeyes down the street could always use better employees. He can't be any worse than the people that work there. Maybe a youth team,
he's better.
Like
than
an 8-year-old or 8th grade team or something like that. Where their minds are a little more open to his charlatan act and his poor salesmanship. Sure, why not?
The All-Star games tonight. How much will you two watch?
Every pitch.
0.0. 0 thirds of an inning.
You're going for the old.
Oh wait, you know what? I'm doing a podcast tonight. I'll probably have it on in my office. I guess I'll have it on.
You.
Maybe I'll find an old game on YouTube instead.
Poor you.
I don't want to watch that crap.
Josh anti-virtue signaling.
Look at me. I'm not watching any of the All-Star games.
Because I don't care about it. I'm like you with the NBA All-Star game.
Yeah, but no one talks about that. This is the only sporting event going on tonight.
Don't care.
Is one of the random games on YouTube you could watch just a 2001 World Series game?
Oh, gosh, Scott Brocious. Maybe I'll do that. That's a great idea.
We'll end it on this one, fellas. Happy birthday to the Chiefs. On this date in 1963, the Kansas City Chiefs were officially christened with the familiar Arrowhead logo with interlocking KC that they have worn to this day. Should we sing happy birthday to the Arrowhead?
I'm bummed. There was another question in here that I was really excited to get to, so I guess I'll have to save that one to tomorrow.
The last one?
No, the one right before this question.
Can you believe it? It's the anniversary of the Arrowhead.
Congratulations.
Are we kind of surprised that this has been allowed to go on as long as it has?
I feel like it's racist.
Yeah, the logo itself isn't.
I think it's
racist.
A cool logo. Do you not like the logo?
I don't disagree with the logo at all.
You're seeming really.
No, I'm just surprised.
Right
the
now.
chop
No,
is the racist thing. Them doing the chop and
well,
the
but it's
chance.
just but in general. I mean, heck, there's people that still think that the Seminoles need to change.
Well, the Seminole Nation says it's cool.
Yeah, they got the blessing.
No, I think
it's cool.
I've been impressed. I've been impressed. We often joke about the Chiefs here on this radio station, but one thing I will give the Chiefs credit for. They have stuck with their look from day one.
That's a good.
I mean, their uniforms have not really changed that much in 60 years.
Yeah, it really hasn't. They've had it. It's really the changes are NFL related, like adding logos. And
sure, or maybe the color rush or whatever. But the Chiefs look.
There they are on TV.
The Chiefs look has been consistent for 60 some odd years.
Levi in Colorado sends a poop emoji. Mike Stibb says, "WTF is this bleep?"
I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Stibbs, I mean, give the Chiefs credit. They kept, if the Broncos would have been smart and kept their logo, imagine how cool your team would look.
He's asking for a drop. Now I have to look. I got to figure out where stuff is. I don't know if I can.
Well, it's too late now. We have to break for what's for dinner.
Sad. I'll find it, Stibbs, for another time.
Stibbs, I wasn't saying I like the Chiefs. I'm just giving them credit that they haven't changed their look. That they've got a consistent thing that works really well for them.
They definitely do.
And also, they still do the chop.
And they still do the chop.
I mean, they do at Florida State, too.
Doesn't make it okay, John.
I'm not saying it makes it okay.
Oh, okay. They do it in Nazi Germany, too, Oh, wait, just Germany. Sorry.
They do the chop?
They did the chop in Germany a few years ago.
When the Chiefs played the Dolphins.
Not Nazi Germany, just regular Germany.
And then there was that fun freeze frame that looked very suspiciously like Nazi Germany.
Yeah, when your hands are in a certain... I'm not even going to do any moves right now. I'm not going to do any moves.
We will be back on 1620 The Zone.
Yeah, except now I've got to do more and try to keep Jimmy on the rails.
Good luck with that, Dan.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up.
gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas, going out to eat.
Kenneth says, I'll be having Taco Bell lettuce salad this evening,
God.
veggies only.
This is, in all seriousness, so Sam came home from work last Friday.
Yeah.
And the next morning, it was coming out of both ends. And he is still not feeling the best.
It can have like a 2-week long incubation period.
Yeah. And Sam does on occasion, because, he works second shift, so he's getting off at like 10:30, 11 o'clock.
And how many places are open at that time anymore?
He has quite often brought home Taco Bell. There might be a chance. But yeah, this stuff is
not great.
Yeah.
Well, in honor of that, what do you guys have for dinner?
No. I don't know. But if it has any lettuce in it, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to skip the lettuce. If you ever wanted an excuse to tell your parents, sorry, I do not want to eat my vegetables, this is it.
Don't want the poops. I think I'm going to chicken and fries tonight, some tendies or something. I don't know, in the air fryer, just nice and easy. Throw them in the air fryer.
Just a little Tyson.
No, the Costco has this brand that Schaefer introduced. Yeah,
Okay.
so they do spicy tenders. So I think I'll do one of those.
Ooh, that sounds
not one. I'll do multiple.
kind of good.
I'd spaghetti
With some ranch.
Buffalo sauce.
Nice.
Homemade buffalo sauce.
So you're going to dip the hot in the hot.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
not the ranch? I thought you were a ranch.
I don't have any homemade ranch right now.
okay.
Yeah.
Had spaghetti and meatballs last night. It was delicious.
Nice.
I don't know about tonight. We got to go shopping, so maybe we'll pick up something at the store.
Nick, speaking of shopping, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The Zone is teaming up with the Salvation Army in their annual 7 Can Back to School Backpack Program.
Yeah! Help the kids.
I know it's 90-something degrees today, but school will be back very, very soon, and they are hoping that you can help out. School supplies needed. Backpacks, of course, rulers, notebooks, and so much more. You can get more details at 1620thezone.com.
Very nice.
On how and where you can donate. So please help out today.
Please help out today.
Mm-hmm. Stib says the green bag, Josh. Yeah, I can't remember the brand of it. I don't think it's just Bear. It's something else, but they're very, very good.
Are they?
Very, very good. Yeah, very, very good.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's for dinner tonight.
Shout out to chicken.
Shout out to chicken.
It's probably my most eaten meat.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Not even close. Not even close.
I mean, it never used to be, but it might be now.
Chicken is so versatile. We talk
have
about it,
chicken
and
a
I know
lot.
you're critical of us for it. Whoops. But it can be healthy, and it can be very unhealthy in fun ways, which gives you a wide variety of
so
things.
can pork.
Yeah, but
So can beef.
no, I mean, but beef is bad for your heart sometimes, right? Cholesterol and all those types of things. But chicken,
not all
chicken.
beef.
No, but some of it, a lot of it.
Well, you eat too much chicken skin, that can be bad
Well,
for
that's
your
what I'm
heart.
saying. But then you can just do the breasts.
The breasts!
The breasts!
The
not
breasts!
the drop.
No, that's
Oh, it
the
is
drop.
just Bear. It is just Bear in the green bag. Yeah, get those. They're very tasty.
Bear in the green bag. All right. Have
Sam
a great
McEwen
night.
tomorrow.
Sam McEwen
Dumb
tomorrow.
debates.
Enjoy the